Dear people watching and listening, Assalamu alaikum. Kindly like and share this video and subscribe to my YouTube channel. Please support my channel by contributing to my Patreon account so that I can continue making the audiobook series. Salahuddin al-Ayyubi, Volume 2, The Establishment of the Ayubid State. Start of Chapter 7, Part 1. Salahuddin al-Ayyubi's efforts to unite the Muslims. The death of Nuruddin came as a shock that no one was expecting, whilst Damascus was celebrating the circumcision of his son on Eid al-Fitr 569 Hijri. The Muslim world lost him unexpectedly 2 weeks later. As soon as news of his death became known, all manner of greed and ambition was let loose, not only among the close family of Nuruddin, but also among his emirs and military commanders, as well as the occupying Franks. Everyone was trying to get the most benefit for himself in the absence of the man who had, until his death, held the fate of the region and of the Franks in his hands with dignity, courage, piety, and farsightedness. Nuruddin left behind a far-flung state that stretched from Barqa in Yemen to Syria, Mesopotamia, and Mosul. If we examine the sequence of events immediately after his death, he will see that conflicts between various forces had begun, and that each group was taking action according to its level of power. The Zangid family in Mosul. Their representative and Nuruddin's deputy among them was Saifuddin Ghazi, his brother's son. He had gathered his army to help him in fighting the Franks, and now he suddenly found himself heading towards Nusaybin and taking possession of it. He sent detachments to Khabur, which he captured and allocated as fiefs. Then he marched to Haran and besieged it for several days, taking possession of it after its ruler Qaimaz al-Harrani, Nuruddin's Mamluk, surrendered. Then he besieged Edessa and took possession of it from the eunuch and servant of Nuruddin. Then he sent troops to Raqqa, on the banks of the Euphrates, to take possession of it, and to Suruj. Thus the cities of Mesopotamia, with the exception of the citadel of Jabar, came under Saifuddin's control, and he reintroduced the levies and was lenient with regard to matters of entertainment and drinking. The emirs in Damascus held on to the child al-Malik as-Saleh, whom Nuruddin had left behind, and who was only 11 years old. They agreed to unite and appointed the Emir Ibn al-Muqaddim as the leader of their group, as they gave him the role of the child's custodian, that is, Atabeg, to supervise his education. The Emir Shamsuddin ibn Ad-Dayyah was ruling Aleppo with his two brothers. He stayed in the middle between the Zangids in the east and the group in Damascus, even though he was a friend of Salahuddin and was inclined towards him. The Franks immediately took advantage of the situation and attacked the fortress of Banias at the southern entrance to the Golan at the end of Shawwal, 569 Hijri, that is 1174 Common Era. Nuruddin's widow, with courage surpassing that of most women, according to William of Tyre, sent word asking for the siege to be lifted. The city paid a lot of money and was given a temporary truce, but King Amalric refused and continued to besiege Banias for 2 weeks, and used up his equipment there. Finally, he accepted the money, along with the release of Frankish knights who were being held captive. Then he went back and died. He was replaced by his son, the young leper Baldwin IV. This is according to the Frankish account. The Arabic sources state that Ibn al-Muqaddim came out to them in his role as a Tabeg, and extended the offer of a truce in which he would pay a huge amount of money and release Frankish prisoners as well. And they agreed to these terms. It clearly seems that Nuruddin's widow, who was the daughter of the Atabeg Anar, was influential in Damascus as she held a leading position as the king's mother. Hence the letter was in her name even though the Atabeg ibn al-Muqaddim was the commander of the army and the man in charge of the state's affairs. He concluded a truce with the Franks, which meant the cessation of all hostilities. As for Salah ad-Din in Egypt, the news reached him via the Franks, and he did not believe it. He wrote to Nuruddin as follows: News has reached me from the accursed enemy about our master Nuruddin. Allah forbid that I should hear bad news about him. May Allah keep him healthy and bring joy to his people. The news is deeply upsetting and distressing. If Allah forbid it is true, then kings arrange matters so that their sons end up in power. I urge you by Allah not to let that cause division among us, lest the enemy achieve their goals. Do not become divided, and let that lead to your failure, because the enemy is surrounding us on all sides. We are supporters of this house, of Nuruddin, and will never let them down. His last wishes to us are already decided, and his son is in charge. Sa'ad ad-Din Gumushtagheen is with him, so if this bequest is accepted, all well and good. Otherwise we shall support his son against his enemies. But if news comes confirming that he is alive and well, this is what we want. A letter came to him from the emirs of Damascus, signed by Al-Malik as-Saleh, which read, May Allah grant long life to His Highness, Al-Malik al-Nasir, and increase our reward and his concerning the loss of our father. The Just Master. The emirs who are present have gathered to affirm their allegiance and solemn oath to Al-Malik as-Saleh, and there is no trouble preoccupying us here except the Franks. May Allah humiliate them. His Highness Al-Malik as-Saleh, may Allah have mercy on him, has never relied on anyone except him, meaning Salah ad-Din, when such a calamity happens. He has put his hopes for his present and future in him, and has relied on him for himself and his son. Is there any helper, that is Nasir, other than An-Nasir Salah ad-Din? The emirs of Damascus wanted to reassure Salah ad-Din so that he would stay far away and regard his task as fighting the Franks only, because Nuruddin had delegated him to do that. They were aware of his strength and feared his interference. Salah ad-Din mourned for 3 days and wrote to Al-Malik as-Saleh, offering condolences, and wrote to Al-Malik as-Saleh, offering condolences. At the end of his letter he stated, As for the enemy, may Allah humiliate him. The servant, meaning himself, is after him, seeking him night and day, until he can uproot him from his foothold. That is the least of my duties towards your noble house. My service to you started on Friday 4th Dhul-Qa'dah, which is the day on which sermons began to be given in the noble name of Al-Malik as-Saleh. The servant is today as he was yesterday to the one before you, loyal to the Zangid house. He will fulfill his duties towards you and strive to unite the Muslims. May Allah grant His Highness Al-Malik as-Saleh long life and bring prosperity to the Muslims by means of him. May Allah help this servant in what he intends to do, which is to support his authority and increase the extent of his kingdom. In another letter after he wrote, The servant is continuing what he started, complying with the commands of the new king, supporting him, leading his troops and showing loyalty and sincerity. He is awaiting instructions so that he might comply, and to be given a task so that he might do it, and to be sent against the enemy so that he might go. He hopes that there will come a day when Allah will expose what is in his heart towards His Highness, so that he might prove his loyalty and sincerity. Coins were minted in the name of Al-Malik as-Saleh, some of which were sent to the new ruler, and sermons were delivered in his name at the pulpit. Salah ad-Din continued to watch events in Syria and Iraq. When he heard news of them whilst he was in Egypt, he sent letters, sometimes protesting and sometimes advising or making suggestions. He heard that Saif ad-Din Ghazi had seized possessions of his late uncle, so he sent word to Al-Malik as-Saleh, rebuking him for not informing him about that, so that he could have come and helped him and prevented Saif ad-Din from achieving his goal. He heard about the Frankish attack on Banyas and the truce that Ibn al-Muqaddim had contracted with them for a large amount of money. He objected to this deal and wrote to a number of prominent people, as well as to Ibn al-Muqaddim and al-Qadi ibn Abi Asrun in Damascus, saying, "When I heard about the death of Nuruddin, I left Egypt with the aim of engaging in jihad and cleansing the land of the disbelievers. Then I heard about the truce which is humiliating to Islam. Our master the Sheikh is certainly expected to denounce that deal, for by means of his words, swords are put back in their sheaths and rights are restored." Salah ad-Din recognized the weakness of the emirs of Damascus from this incident. He heard about the dispute between the emirs of Damascus and Ibn Attiyah in Aleppo, then how the commander Shad Bakht, the commander of the citadel of Aleppo, had been able to conspire with Ibn al-Muqaddim to bring al-Malik as-Saleh to Aleppo and put together a plan in which they arrested Ibn Attiyah and his two brothers by treacherous means, after promising him the position of a tabigh of the state, and they put them in prison after beating and kicking them. Finally, Ibn al-Muqaddim, who was the ruler of Damascus, got angry and wrote to Salah ad-Din, asking him to come and intervene. Salah ad-Din stayed in Egypt for 3.5 months, until the beginning of Safar 571 Hijri, never tiring of writing letters. He was preoccupied with other two matters, the internal conspiracy of Kanz ad-Dawlah and the Norman Sicilian attacks on Alexandria, both of which posed a great danger. When they ended, he realized the rest of Ibn Atwas and emirs in Damascus were following their own whims, desires, and interests, and competing with one another, and they were not paying attention to the wishes of Nuruddin himself. Salah ad-Din believed that the son of Nuruddin should, after his father's death, be under the guardianship of Majd ad-Din ibn Attiyah and his brothers in Aleppo, who were his friends and allies. He trusted them, but their beatings and arrests by treacherous means made him think, "I am more deserving of fulfilling covenants and good efforts. If these people remain in authority, it will cause division. Egypt will be split from Syria, and the disbelievers' hopes of attacking Muslim lands will be raised." He wrote to Ibn al-Muqaddim in Damascus, denouncing what they had done, questioning how they had dared to transgress against the members and pillars of the state. Ibn al-Muqaddim wrote back to him, trying to dissuade him from these thoughts and suggesting that it was unacceptable to think such things. "Let it not be said of you that you harbored ambitions against the house that planted you, raised you, and established you, and helped you to become king of Egypt. It does not befit you, because of your good character, because of the close friends you have, and because of your kindness." Salah ad-Din was torn between fulfilling his duty of loyalty towards the house of Nuruddin and avoiding the accusation that he harbored ambitions toward it. It seems that a large number of letters he received from prominent figures and scholars in Syria and Damascus put an end to his confusion. and he decided to intervene. If he had not done that at the time, when the people were pinning their hopes on him after the death of Nuruddin, Salahuddin might not be remembered today, and his name would probably be just one among the many emirs of his era. From the end of Nuruddin's rule, Salahuddin was not just one of Nuruddin's most prominent emirs, but there was a military institution that belonged to him, and he had a family of cooperative military leaders, among whom were Shirkuh and Najmuddin Ayub first of all, then Salahuddin and his maternal uncle Shihabuddin al-Harimi, then his brothers, prominent among whom were Tarun Shah, Tughtagin, Abu Bakr, also known as Al-Adil, and Buri, and some of Salahuddin's nephews and his cousin, in addition to some of Salahuddin's sons, Al-Afzal Ali, Al-Tahir Ghazi, and Al-Aziz Uthman. So there were three generations of leaders and commanders who put themselves at the service of Nuruddin and carried his banner. Nuruddin put them together so that they could cooperate through the family ties they shared. Nuruddin was certain of Salahuddin and of cooperation of the rest of his relatives with him, and he was certain that Salahuddin would have full control over them as a group in Egypt, and he was also confident that Salahuddin was wise in his approach and management. Salahuddin's strength lay not only in this, but also in the rich resources of Egypt, both economic and human. The land that had become his fief was larger in area and greater in wealth than the original kingdom of Nuruddin himself in Greater Syria and Mesopotamia. His own emirate stretched from Barkah to Nubia to Yemen. Similarly, Salahuddin's situation was not like that of Nuruddin's other commanders. He surpassed them in strength, wealth, and status. None of the three sons of Adiyah became prominent except one, and he did not have the same opportunities as Salahuddin had, for whom Egypt was like an environment or laboratory in which the potential of the Ayubid family came to the fore. Salahuddin realized this fully, as did the other emirs. When the emirs of Damascus decided to unite and cooperate in opposing Salahuddin, Sheikh Ismail, the state treasurer, Al-Hussein al-Jarrahi, Shihabuddin al-Ajami, At-Tawashi Husam ad-Din Rayhan, and, foremost among them, Ibn al-Muqaddim, met in the presence of Al-Qadi Kamal ad-Din al-Shahrazuri, who said, "You know that Salahuddin, the ruler of Egypt, is the Mamluk and deputy of Nuruddin, and it is better to consult him with regard to what we are doing, and not to exclude him, lest he rebel against us and take it as evidence against us, because he is the only ruler of Egypt. He could expel us and brush us aside, and take care of serving al-Malik al-Saleh." These words did not meet with their approval, however, and they were afraid that if Salahuddin came to Damascus, they might have to leave. They thought that if he entered the land, he would expel them from it. Salahuddin completed his mission in Egypt, even though what was going on upset and angered him, especially what was happening in Aleppo, where Sunni Shiite division had taken place, and his friend Ibn Attiyah had been betrayed. He had written to Ibn al-Muqaddim in Damascus and to the emirs, saying, "If Nuruddin had known that there was among you someone who could take my place, and whom he could trust like me, he would have given him Egypt, which is the greatest of his possessions and provinces. If he had not died so soon, he would not have asked anyone to take care of raising his son and serving him except me. I can see that you have taken care of my master and the son of my master without me. I shall come and serve him, to pay back the favors of his father in a great manner, and I shall punish each one of you for his poor conduct in not defending his land." Thus he regarded himself as responsible for the state of Al-Malik as-Saleh and for protecting him and it properly. He wrote to the emirs in Aleppo warning them that he was coming to Syria, and they wrote back to him in an ill-mannered fashion. It seems that they thought that he was going to leave Egypt, so they wrote to the ruler of Mosul, asking him to come to Damascus and take possession of it before Salah ad-Din could do so. But the Emir of Mosul thought that this was a plot on their part, so he did not respond to their request. Meanwhile, the people of Damascus urged Ibn al-Muqaddim, who had come back to them, to ask Salah ad-Din to come and take control of Damascus, lest Mushtagin, who had taken over Aleppo, come and take over Damascus too. Many letters reached him asking him to come to Syria, so Salah ad-Din decided to do just that. End of part 1 of chapter 7. Dear people watching and listening, Assalamu alaikum. Kindly like and share this video and subscribe to my YouTube channel. Please support my channel by contributing to my Patreon account so that I can continue making the audiobook series. Salahuddin al-Ayyubi, Volume 2, The Establishment of the Ayubid State. Start of Part 2 of Chapter 7. Annexation of Damascus. After the internal situation in Egypt settled down, and he had gained full control of it, Salah ad-Din prepared to march to Syria 5 months after the death of Nuruddin Mahmud. He left Cairo in Safar 570 Hijri, that is September of 1174 Common Era, at the head of 700 soldiers, accompanied by Saif ad-Din Toghtagin, Taqi ad-Din Umar, and Izz ad-Din Farooq Shah. He appointed his brother Al-Adil to run the affairs of Egypt during his absence, and also took some precautions to protect it, allocating troops to guard its borders and entry points. He traveled slowly, taking 3 months between the beginning of Safar and the end of Rabiul Sani, 571 Hijri, stopping en route to Bilbis and inspecting the fortress of Eilat or Aqaba. Was he thinking of the rumors that the Zangid emirs would spread, accusing him of disobedience and of harboring personal ambitions? Or did he take his time because he was drawing up a plan to win over the emirs of Nuruddin, without war or conflict? Or was he trying to gauge the extent of his popularity among the people with this small army, coming to Syria like one who was unarmed, whilst his armed forces remained in Egypt? Or was he challenging those who wanted to dismiss him from Egypt and to keep for themselves the inheritance of Nuruddin and his son? Or was he calmly paving the way to enter the country peacefully on the basis of his popularity? Many ideas may have crossed his mind, perhaps the strongest of which was that his enemies would entertain all sorts of bad thoughts about him and accuse him of harboring personal ambitions. A letter was written for him by Al-Qadi al-Fadil in which he stated, "Loyalty only manifests itself after the death of the one whom you love, and love manifests itself when enemies become numerous. However, I am in one valley and those who think badly of me are in another. Our aim is to do what is right, and nothing can divert us from this. The one who is seeking to do the right thing cannot be accused of being a wrongdoer, and the one who has laid down arms cannot be accused of wounding others. All we want is to do what is best, and not to cause turmoil. If our aim was any different, We would not have read your letters and written our replies. No one should interpret our actions except in the best manner, or think of us except in good terms, for the basis of all our actions is good. Salah ad-Din sent a letter to the Abbasid Caliph al-Mustadi, explaining the reason he was marching to Syria. The aim of this letter was to lend some legitimacy to the action he was undertaking, and to make the Abbasid Caliphate aware of his loyalty. Salah ad-Din's address to the Abbasid Caliph. The Sultan Salah ad-Din sent his spokesman Shamsuddin ibn al-Wazir Abul Mada to the Abbasid Caliph's court with a message which included a letter beautifully written by Al-Qadi al-Fadil, with a lengthy list of the Sultan's achievements in the field of jihad against the Franks during Nur-ud-Din's lifetime, the conquest of Egypt, Yemen, and many lands on the border of Maghrib, where he had ensured that Friday sermons were delivered in the name of the Abbasids. His instructions to the bearer of this message were: after greeting the Caliph with salam and supplicating fervently for him, let him mention events which are real and not fabricated. No matter how much is said, they are much more than that. Let him mention them in brief, so that this make him, the Caliph, happy and highlight to him some points of which he is unaware, for Allah is not worshipped in secret. In his missive, Salah ad-Din addressed the Abbasid Caliph as follows: for we used to carry fire in our hands, so that others might have light, and we used to carry water in our hands, so that others might drink. We would receive arrows in our chests whilst others worried about how they looked, and we were struck by swords in our chests whilst others claimed prominent positions. So we have no alternative but to claim back our property on the basis of justice by means of which usurped property is returned. People should obey us and have love for us in their hearts. What prevented us from making this claim is that we were waiting for the initiative from your Highness in bestowing blessing that matches our initiative for service, and we were waiting for support for our rights that matched our pioneering efforts in jihad. We started in Syria, conquering land and directly involving ourselves in jihad and fighting the disbelievers, leading at the forefront of our troops, ourselves, our father and our paternal uncle. There was no city that was conquered, no fortress that was captured, no army that was defeated, and no troops that went out for the sake of Islam, but we were part of it. No one was unaware of our deeds, and our enemy did not deny that. We gave them hell, and we had the upper hand in the situation. We led our troops, organizing them in the battlefield and calling for mobilization, until the legacy for which we will be rewarded became apparent in Syria, and it does not matter to us if others take the credit for that. We were kept updated about what was happening in Egypt and how things were deteriorating there, where junior officials and troops were rebelling against senior figures. The system was corrupt, and Islam had grown weak, and there was no one there to support it. The one in charge in Egypt was forced to make a deal with the Franks, giving them a large amount of money, a seriously high amount. The Sunnis were suppressed. Sharia law existed in name only, and was not implemented. Innovations were widespread and well known. There was much of the misguidance which leads to separation from Islam, according to those who issue religious rulings. That madhab whose followers were deeply infatuated with it was widespread. Those idols which were set up instead of Allah were worshipped and venerated. Exalted be Allah far above being likened to his slaves, who is deceived by the strutting about of the disbelievers in the land. Therefore we aspired, unlike all others, to conquer the land and bring back to Islam those who went astray, and restore to Islam what it had lost. So we marched there with a huge army and vast multitude, by means of wealth that was completely exhausted, spending from what we owned and what we earned, and from the ransoms paid for Frankish prisoners who fell into our hands. But there were obstacles placed in our way, and the Egyptians sent envoys to seek the help of the Franks, and that put an end to all hopes. Nevertheless, Allah decreed that we should take possession over Egypt in the best manner, and gain full and perfect control over it. The Franks betrayed the Egyptians when there was a truce between them, which caused a great deal of damage, and it became known that their aim was to eradicate Islam from that land. So the Muslims wrote to us from Egypt at that time, as the Muslims are writing to us from Syria now, saying that unless we try to deal with the problem, things will get out of hand, and unless we fight the enemy today, if we leave it till tomorrow, we will not succeed. So we marched with our troops and emirs to a land where two things paved the way for us, and two things established love for us in their hearts. The first is that they know of our preference and support for the correct madhab, and for the revival of the original truth. The second is their hope of ransoming their prisoners, and freeing themselves from the tits. Thus Allah did what He decreed, and the troops attacked the enemy. So they retreated and were cornered, and the land found relief after its farms and agricultural regions had been under full control of the enemy, with their crossed flags flying over it, and their idols erected in it. And there had been despair that any of what they had captured could be regained, or that what they had gained possession of could be rescued. We reached that land, that is Egypt under the Fatimids, where there were great numbers and multitudes of troops, with huge financial resources. They were united and more focused on fighting Islam than on fighting the Crusaders. There were Sudanese men, more than 100,000, all of them speaking with a foreign accent. They are only like cattle. Quran, chapter 25, verse 44. They knew no Lord except the one who dwelt in the palace, and no Qibla except wherever he was. There were Armenian troops too, who were still Christian, but the jizya was not collected from them. They had influence and power, and were tribal and stuck together. They, the Fatimids, had their retinue in their palaces, preachers with subtle and crafty ways of misguiding people and leading them to doom, and scribes who wrote evil. There was great fear which prevented ideas from even crossing people's minds, let alone allowing them to plan and make arrangements. Moreover, they clearly regarded what is haram as halal, and no longer established obligatory duties. They distorted the Sharia by misinterpreting texts and twisting the divinely intended meanings. It was disbelief by another name. The banner of the Sharia was raised, but they ruled according to something else. We continued to plan and strive to bring about change, and what we achieved is something that is beyond imagination, and no human could have achieved it without divine help. They sought the help of the Franks against us during that period. These sent an army to Bilbis and another to Damietta. In each case, the enemy arrived with all its power, and in huge numbers, especially in the campaign of Damietta, because they besieged it by sea with 1,000 ships, warships and carriers, and by land with 2,000 horsemen and foot soldiers. They besieged it for 2 months, trying to breach it morning and evening, motivated by devotion to the cross. We were fighting two enemies, one hidden and one visible, and two persistent opponents, the hypocrite and the disbeliever, until Allah brought His decree to pass and granted us victory, whereupon both the Egyptians and the Franks lost hope. We started to deal with these groups, the Armenians, the Sudanese, and the troops. We expelled them from Cairo by issuing decrees concerning them because of their treacherous activities, and by means of the sword and burning fire, until nothing was left except the palace and the servants and children therein. Its supporters were scattered, its innovations were torn apart, its madhab faded away, and its misguidance disappeared. At that point, we were able to establish the word of truth, openly deliver Friday sermons in the name of the Caliph, and raise the great black Abbasid banner. Allah soon brought death to that tyrant, thus relieving us of commitment to our oath. Then another oath, the sin of breaking which would be easier than the sin of keeping him alive, as his death was hastened because of his great distress, and his death meant the death of his Fatimid state. When we were finished with that and had established full authority in the land, we began to focus on campaigning in the land of the disbelievers, that are the Crusaders. There was no year when we did not go out on campaign on land or sea, on ships or on mountains, until we killed or captured very many of them, and enslaved them by force and power. We conquered for them, that are the Muslims, that which the people of Islam thought, after it had been taken away from that they would never regain, and never sent their cavalry or army to recapture it. Some of those fortresses were destroyed, and some were taken over intact. Among them was a citadel on the border of Elat, which the enemy had built on the Red Sea, which is the route to the two holy sanctuaries in Yemen. The enemy attacked the coast of the forbidden sanctuary, and captured some people there, and disbelief penetrated deeply into that part of the Muslim land. Mecca itself was nearly captured. The holy places of Allah were about to be inhabited by people other than their people. The station of Ibrahim alayhi salam was almost occupied by those whose fire is not cool and safe, and the grave of the Prophet sallallahu alaihi wasallam was nearly disturbed by those who do not follow the religion of Islam that he brought. But Allah granted the conquest of this fortress, and it became a foothold of jihad, and a resting place for travelers and other servants of Allah. Salah ad-Din continued. In Yemen there were the infamous actions of the misguided heretic and rebellious innovator Ibn Mahdi, who did a great deal of damage to Islam, and the Prophet sallallahu alaihi wasallam himself would even seek revenge on him because he took righteous women captive and sold them for a cheap price, violating their honor in a way which would cause anguish to any Muslim. He introduced innovation, calling people to his father's grave, which he called a Kaaba. He took people's wealth unlawfully and consumed it, and he permitted adultery. So we sent our brother with our troops to him, after preparing all that he needed in cash and good weaponry. He went there and we prevailed. To Allah is due all praise. Our authority there, by Allah's will, now extends as far as India. And our legacy in the Maghrib is even more amazing. That is because we came to know that Banu Abdul Mu'min in Morocco had established their authority there, and their army was so powerful that no one could withstand them. Praise be to Allah, we gained control of lands nearby, more than a month's travel in breadth. We sent army after army there, and they came back with victory after victory. Among the well-known cities and lands over which we gained control are Barqa, Gafsa, Castilla, and Tozur. In all of these places, the khutbah is now given in the name of His Highness Al-Mustadi bi Amrillah, Amirul Mu'mineen, may the peace of Allah be upon him. And before that the khutbah had never been given in the name of the Caliph, and authority is established there under the banner of the Abbasids and their symbols. This year we received a delegation of 70 riders, each of them asking for official approval for the ruler of his city, and hoping for a good promise from us and fearing us. We have given them symbols of authority. Praise be to Allah. There are enemies lying in wait and watching for an opportunity in this land, and the disbelievers who are fighting us, who have a lot of power and control large territories, including the king of Constantinople, who is the greatest tyrant, the ruler of that kingdom which is in slow decline, the defender of Christianity. We have not ignored them, but have carried out raids against him by sea and conducted correspondence with him openly and secretly. We did not leave Egypt until we had received envoys twice in 1 week, with 2 letters, in each of which he showed an inclination towards humility and a willingness to lay down arms, and to move from a state of hostility to a mutual exchange of gifts, from a state of aggression to a state of friendship. Another of these disbelievers is the ruler of Sicily. When he learned that the Crusader ruler of Syria and the ruler of Constantinople had met during the Damietta campaign, and had been defeated and humiliated, he wanted to make an independent show of power, so he prepared a fleet, exhausting all his wealth and time, and for the last 5 years he has been building up his army, and preparing his weapons until, in this past year, he sent a campaign to Alexandria that was so huge that it was a burden on the sea itself, and the land was filled with his cavalry and troops, an army such as no king before had ever assembled, but Allah caused him to be humiliated. Among these armies were those of Venice, Pisa, and Genoa, each of which sometimes sent campaigns against us, whose viciousness and evil were immense, and sometimes they sent travelers who respected the rules of Islam with regard to their merchandise. There is none of them now who does not bring weapons to our country for fighting, and draws close to us by means of gifts of their finest crafts. With all of them, we have established good relations, and we have a peace deal with them on the basis of what we want and what they dislike, what we prefer and what they do not prefer. When Allah decreed the death of Nuruddin, in that year we were intending to launch our campaign. The army was ready and the camps were set up. The Franks were camping in Banyas and were about to conquer it. Its ruler sought our help, so we marched towards it, and the enemy heard of our march and quickly made a truce with Damascus. Were it not for our march, this truce could not have been made. Then we returned to Egypt, and news came to us of what was happening in Nuruddin's kingdom. Differences of opinion and disputes. It was in turmoil. Every citadel had its own ruler, and everyone was trying to gain power. The Franks had built fortresses on the borders of Muslim lands, and were putting pressure on the Syrian cities. The senior emirs of Nuruddin were put in prison and punished, and their wealth confiscated, and unknown Mamluks, who had been created to sit at the edges of gatherings and not at the head, and were created to stand and not sit in gatherings, have extended their hands, eyes, and swords, and behaved badly by enjoining what is evil and forbidding what is good. Each one of them is trying to do favors to the Franks, so that they can win their support. We realize that if we do not try to recapture Jerusalem, and if we do not try to approach disbelief, it will become deeply rooted and it will be difficult for the Muslims to deal with it. The proof of Allah will be established against those who fall short, and those who are able to do something will be sinning by not doing anything. We are unable to tackle the enemy whilst we are in Egypt, because of the great distances involved, and because of our remoteness, and because the riding animals prepared for jihad would be exhausted by the time they got there. But if we move closer to the enemy, that will achieve an obvious interest and bring benefits. Distances will be closer and campaigning will be possible. Food supplies will be available, and the horses will be rested. Troops will be plentiful, and there will be a lot of suitable time. We will be able to uproot corrupt beliefs in Greater Syria, putting things straight and put an end to corruption and the greed that is controlling some people and affecting their minds. And we will be able to take care of this child whose father has died, because we are more entitled to look after him than people who are seeking worldly gains in his name and making a show of loyal service when in fact they are oppressing him. The aim now is whatever will strengthen the state, support the call, bring the Ummah together, preserve harmony, guarantee mercy, regain the rest of the land and spread the name and authority of the Abbasids everywhere, as is the case in Egypt, Yemen, the Maghrib, Syria, and in all the lands that were ruled by Nuruddin, and in all the lands that Allah may grant in conquest to the Abbasid state by our swords and those of our troops. Anyone whom we appoint as our successors, brother or son, will also guarantee the same to the Abbasids, that is, that this blessing may continue and their authority may be reinforced. In general, Greater Syria cannot become stable at a time when Jerusalem has no one to save it and take care of it, and the Franks know us as opponents who never get tired of fighting, until they themselves get tired, and as opponents who still hold their swords upright until they, the Franks, leave. If the opinion of others supports us and our advice, we will wield swords that will be effective even when sheathed, and we will reach our goal by Allah's will. We will free our captive, the mosque to which Allah took his slave on the miraculous night journey. In another letter transcribed by Al-Fadil, Salahuddin states, "Another reason your servant left his house was a promise that he made to Nuruddin, may Allah have mercy on him, to attack the invaders from two sides, from Egypt and Syria, your servant with his troops on land and sea, and Nuruddin from the plains and rugged terrain of Syria. Then the decree of Allah came to one of the two, and many developments took place. The Muslims became weak in many locations. Many border posts were lost to the enemy. People with corrupt ideas came to power. Good aims were no longer paid any heed. Batini people became close to the ruler to the exclusion of true believers. Muslims started paying jizya to the disbelievers, and the emirs who were supporters of Islam and whose swords had been the cause of its victory began to complain that they were being suppressed and that the disbelievers were building fortresses on the borders of Muslim lands. Then we decided upon this course of action. No doubt, after we decided on this plan, the Franks were very upset. They began to panic and sought the help of Christians throughout the land. They paraded their crosses and altar cloths. They threatened their greatest king that Judgment Day was at hand, and sent the patriarchs and bishops with letters containing images of what they called saints, and said, if negligence occurs, it will be difficult to correct mistakes. The rulers of Constantinople and Sicily, the kings of Germany and other lands beyond the sea, and the rulers of the islands, such as Venice, Pisa, Genoa, and others, are all preparing big ships and large fleets. But Islam, O Amirul Mu'mineen, will prevail, especially since they are supporting falsehood, whereas Islam is the truth and calls for worship of the Creator, whilst they worship His creation. The Caliph responded to Salahuddin's requests and bestowed on him the rule of Egypt and Syria, and sent to him the Caliph's envoys when he was besieging Hama in 570 Hijri, that is 1174 Common Era, bearing the symbols of power and authority. This is an indication of the Abbasid Caliphate's willingness to deal sincerely with Salah ad-Din, in whom they saw the character who could fill the vacuum left by Nuruddin Mahmud. They acknowledged his authority and recognized that he was the one who was qualified to defend the Muslims. This recognition by the Caliph gave him status before the Muslim emirs in general, and before the Crusaders in particular. Salah ad-Din, despite the power he had, needed the support of the Caliph in his conflict with the Muslim emirs who were opposed to him, especially the Zangid emirs. Hence he informed the Caliph immediately of his movements and achievements in order to win his support. His entry into Damascus. Salah ad-Din and his army reached Damascus and were welcomed warmly. Ibn al-Muqaddim opened the gates of the city to him on the following day and handed the city over to him. However, the citadel was in the hands of a servant whose name was Jamal ad-Din Rayhan, who refused to submit to him until Salah ad-Din won him over and convinced him to hand it over to him. Thus Salah ad-Din annexed Damascus and its citadel on the basis of protecting as-Salih Ismail from the danger of the Crusaders and the ambitions of emirs, and he regained control over the possessions that had been captured by Saif ad-Din Ghazi, the emir of Mosul and Mesopotamia. In Damascus, Salah ad-Din tried to win the people's support, so he ordered that money be spent on the people, abolished taxes and levies, and sought to soften people's hearts towards him. He honored the scholars because of the great influence that they had on the common folk. To this end he visited the house of Al-Qadi Kamal ad-Din ash-Shahrazuri and dispelled any misunderstanding that there might have been between them. Al-Qadi ash-Shahrazuri responded to him by saying, "Be at ease, for the command is yours and the city is yours." The Qadi's words were an announcement to the people of Damascus that they should submit completely to Salah ad-Din and obey him. So they announced their joy and submitted their affairs to him, and he in turn showed kindness and respect to them and was pleased with them. Salah ad-Din addressed the people of Damascus, saying, "Allah has given us control of Damascus by peaceful means, not by means of violence. And by His grace it was not decreed to be a way to commit sin during conquest, and no transgression occurred, so that some might say it may be forgiven. So they knew that chaff is blown by the wind, darkness is erased by morning, and the sword is most truthful in deciding matters. Truth is more solidly rooted, falsehood will inevitably diminish, and the foam of the sea will vanish. Indeed, we believe that forgiveness is closer to piety, and is the most appropriate way. So we protected blood from being shed, and we put minds at rest. We left authority in place and kept swords away from other swords by leaving them in their sheaths. We left the wind blowing, we did not interfere, and it will continue blowing. We said to the fire of resentment, O fire, be cool. We looked at the situation of the house of Nuruddin, may Allah honor it, and we found that its lights were extinguished and its memory was nearly erased. After the annexation of Damascus, Salah ad-Din began to implement his policy of rebuilding the unified Islamic front, so that it would extend from northern Iraq to Greater Syria and Egypt, so that after that he could start the Islamic Jihad movement against the Crusaders, when the Muslims were at their most united, strong and cohesive. When he captured Damascus and its citadel and settled there, he established justice and spread kindness, and erased all trace of injustice and oppression. He abolished all the abhorrent and evil actions, burdens, taxes, and un-Islamic practices that the governors had introduced, after the death of Nuruddin. Then he marched northwards to take on Gumushtagin in Aleppo, after appointing his brother Tushtagin as governor of Damascus. He annexed Homs and headed towards Aleppo, after failing to capture the citadel of Homs. Attack on Aleppo. Al-Malik as-Saleh Ismail had become ruler after the death of his father, but because he was a minor, he did not know how to run the affairs of state. Hence he was head of state in name only, and his helpers had been able to tamper with state affairs, and moved the seat of power from Damascus to Aleppo. From Aleppo, Gumushtagin, the guardian of al-Malik as-Saleh, and the one who had a monopoly on power in the city, had begun to implement a special policy aimed at strengthening his influence. He captured Ibn at-Tayyah and began planning to keep Salahuddin away from Aleppo by all means. When Salahuddin came to Aleppo, Gumushtagin sent him a letter in which he accused him of wanting to dominate the possessions of his master, Nuruddin Mahmud, and his son al-Malik as-Saleh. Salahuddin was aware of the intentions and aims of Gumushtagin, and he corresponded with al-Malik as-Saleh, explaining the situation to him and offering his advice, so as to prevent any deterioration in the relationship between them. It seems that al-Malik as-Saleh did not approve of the actions of his emirs, but he was weak and thus unable to keep them away from him. He was also easily swayed by them because he was so young. There is nothing more indicative of the weakness of al-Malik as-Saleh and Gumushtagin's meddling in his affairs than the fact that although the former objected to the arrest of Izz-ad-Din Jurdik, the Emir of Hama and envoy of Salahuddin, who was sent to make a peace deal between the two sides, Gumushtagin did not pay any attention to these objections. He arrested Jurdik, put him in chains, tortured him, and put him in the dry well in which he had put the sons of Ibn at-Tayyah. Hence it was natural that Salahuddin would head towards Aleppo to save his envoy, and al-Malik as-Saleh from the clutches of Gumushtagin, and to annex Aleppo, because of its importance in his plans to unite the Muslim forces. Gumushtagin closed the gates of Aleppo in Salahuddin's face when he began to besiege it on 3rd Jamadi-ul-Sani, 570 Hijri, that is the 30th of January, 1174 Common Era. Its people, with the exception of the Shiite leaders, were inclined to submit to him, so al-Malik as-Saleh urged the Shiites to protect him against a man who wanted to take away his inheritance. So the Shiites stipulated their conditions for supporting him. 1. He was to allocate the eastern side of the Jamia Mosque to them. 2. The adhan was once again to include the words, Hayya ala khair al-amal, come to the best of deeds, and that was to be announced in the marketplaces. 3. The names of the 12 imams were to be mentioned at funerals. 4. Takbir was to be recited 5 times over the bier. And 5. Matters of marriage among them were to be dealt with by Abu Tahir al-Husayni. As-Saleh Ismail agreed to their demands under the influence of Gumushtagin. This happened at a time when Gumushtagin had resorted to seeking the help of the assassins and crusaders to keep Salahuddin away from the walls of Aleppo. Sinan, the leader of the Ismaili Batini Shiites, responded by sending a group of commandos in Jamadi-ul-Sani, 570 Hijri, that is January of 1175 Common Era, disguised in the uniforms of regular soldiers, to kill Salahuddin. Some of them managed to sneak into his tent and almost managed to carry out their plan, but they were discovered, and Salahuddin was saved from their assassination attempt. After the Ismaili Shiites failed to assassinate Salahuddin, Kumushtagin sent word to Raymond III, Count of Tripoli and Regent of the Kingdom of Jerusalem, asking him to put a limit to the increasing power of Salahuddin, because the Crusaders had been unable to prevent the union of Damascus and Cairo. But Aleppo at least was still not part of this union. Thus the Crusaders realized that the independence of Aleppo and its remaining in the hands of the Zangid dynasty was the only guarantee of preventing Muslim unity stretching from the Nile to the Euphrates. Their interests coincided with those of the Zangids in this regard. Raymond III tried to use his political means. He sent word to Salahuddin encouraging him to make a deal, hinting that the Franks had got closer together and become united. But Salahuddin did not fear his threat, and he responded to Raymond III by raiding the outskirts of Antioch. At that point, the Crusader ruler had no means of keeping Salahuddin away from Aleppo, except by attacking Homs. He appeared there and attacked the walls, supported by the garrison in the citadel, which was still loyal to the Zangids. In fact, Salahuddin was forced to lift the siege of Aleppo and leave its walls in order to save Homs. But Raymond III did not stay to meet him. Rather, he went back to the fortress of Agrad after being certain that he had achieved his aim. When Salahuddin was reassured that Homs was safe, he left it and headed towards Baalbek and annexed it on 4th Ramadan 570 Hijri, that is the 30th of March 1175 Common Era. The emirs of Aleppo knew that Salahuddin was stronger than them in terms of physical resources and morale. But they made a mistake in their plans to deal with him and relied on provoking three forces against him: Mosul, the Franks, and the Ismailis. Hence they sent an envoy, whose name was Qutbuddin Yanal ibn Hassan al-Munji, with a threatening letter. Salahuddin welcomed the messenger warmly and hosted him for 3 days, but the envoy delivered the message at the end of that time, which stated, "The swords which enabled you to control Egypt are still in our hands. The spears by means of which you gained power over the Fatimid palaces are still on our shoulders, and the men who warded off from you, all these troops are going to ward you off. What you want to conquer, they will keep you away from. You have gone too far and overstepped the mark. You are one of Nuruddin's men. You are supposed to take care of his son for him." Salahuddin did not respond to any of that. He ignored it and overlooked the harsh tone of these words, and spoke gently to the envoy, saying, "You should realize that I have come to Syria to unite the Muslims, protect the masses, and defend the borders, to take care of the son of Nuruddin and to ward off the aggressors." Ibn Hassan replied, "You have only come to take power for yourself, and we will not go along with you in that. There is a huge barrier between you and what you want, and the orphaning of children." Salahuddin smiled and gestured to his men to take him away. Salahuddin controlled his desire when he felt the urge to attack him and said, "By Allah, I have only come to save Al-Malik as-Saleh from the hands of men like you. You are the cause of his kingdom's decline." Kumushtagin refused to submit to Salahuddin and did his utmost to confront him. Kumushtagin used clever tactics against Salahuddin. He played up the sectarian differences and negotiated with the Shiite groups in the city, trying to appease them. They stipulated a number of conditions as mentioned above, which Nuruddin had previously banned. Kumushtagin granted them all of that so that they would defend him. He toyed with the emotions of the masses. He gathered the people, including the Shiites, of course, and brought out to them the child of Al-Malik as-Saleh, who addressed them with the word that Kemushtagin told him to say. O people of Aleppo, I am your son and your guest, the one who has sought your help. Your elders are like fathers to me, and your youth are like brothers, and your children like sons. Then he began to sob and could not continue. The people were moved and shouted as one. They threw down their turbans and wept and wailed noisily, saying, We are your slaves and the slaves of your father. We will fight for you and sacrifice our wealth and our lives for you. Then they began to offer supplications for him and prayed for mercy for his father. Nevertheless, the alliance between Aleppo, Mosul, the Ismailis and the Franks could not withstand Salah ad-Din's unity venture. Barely had the month of April begun before Salah ad-Din extended his authority to include all of Greater Syria as far north as Hama. After that, he started working to give legitimacy to his position before the Muslims. We have discussed the letter that he sent to the Abbasid Caliph al-Mustadi bi Amrillah and his lengthy letter that was written by Al-Qadi al-Fadil, in which he listed his conquests and his jihad against the Crusaders in the service of the Abbasid Caliphate, especially the fact that he had restored the Friday sermons to be given in the name of the Abbasids in Egypt and secured the route to the Hijaz and Yemen. In that letter, he indicated that he had come to Syria to set its affairs straight, to protect its borders and serve the son of Nuruddin Mahmud. At the end of the letter, he asked to be officially recognized as ruler of Egypt, Yemen, the Maghrib, and Greater Syria, all of which had been part of the state of Nuruddin Mahmud, and any other land that he conquered by the sword. The Battle of Qurun Hama. Saifuddin Ghazi II, ruler of Mosul, was watching Salah ad-Din's expansion in Syria. He was upset by the latter's taking control of Damascus, Homs, Hama, and Baalbek, and was angered by his besieging Aleppo in an attempt to annex it. Then the picture became clear to him. If Salah ad-Din continued in his progress and managed to annex Aleppo, then that would pose a real threat to Mosul, which would become an easy target after that. And Saifuddin Ghazi II realized the importance of joining Aleppo in a defensive alliance against Salah ad-Din. It so happened at that point that as-Saleh Ismail was put under pressure by Salah ad-Din, so he sought the help of his cousin, the ruler of Mosul, and asked him to supply troops. His delegation managed to convince him of the necessity of offering him help to stand up to Salah ad-Din, because if the latter gained control of Aleppo, he would have no other target left but Mosul. Saifuddin Ghazi II did not need anyone to encourage him to confront Salah ad-Din. He had already realized that if he let his guard down, Salah ad-Din would gain control of the land and reinforce his position, and he himself would come under threat. So he hastened to gather troops from Mosul and Mesopotamia, and made preparations to cross the Euphrates to Aleppo. He sent word to his brother, Imad ad-Din Zangi II, ruler of Sinjar, asking him to come with his troops, but the latter refused to respond to his request after Salah ad-Din managed to win him over and convince him that he was more entitled than his brother to rule because he was the oldest of the Zangid family. So the ruler of Mosul was forced to subjugate his brother, and at the same time send a military detachment to Aleppo under the leadership of his brother, Izz-ad-Din Masud. Izz-ad-Din Masud crossed the Euphrates, heading towards Aleppo. When he reached it, he was joined by the troops there, and he traveled to Hama and besieged it. After some discussion, both sides, the Ayubids and Zangids, thought that the public interest dictated coming to some sort of agreement and preventing the shedding of Muslim blood. So they entered into negotiations at the end of which it was decided that 1. The hostile movements of Mosul against Salahuddin would be overlooked. 2. Salahuddin would give up to al-Malik as-Salih the cities and citadels in Syria that he had taken from him, especially Homs and Hama, and would be limited to Damascus, provided that he act as his deputy in Damascus and acknowledged that he belonged to him, and Friday sermons and currency would be in the name of al-Malik as-Salih. And 3. Salahuddin would return everything that he had taken from the treasury. This agreement gave the Zangids the opportunity to restore their influence in Syria and maintain the dignity of the Zangid dynasty. Moreover, Salahuddin's acceptance of the principle of reaching an agreement was aimed at protecting the land from fragmentation and division far away from personal ambitions. But the Zangids, who felt proud of their power, hoped to gain more advantages after they realized how few in numbers his army was. They asked him to give up Rahba and its environs, but he refused to respond to their request on the grounds that it was under the control of his cousin Nasir-ad-Din Muhammad ibn Asad ad-Din Shirkuh, and he had no power to do that. Thus Salahuddin did not allow any division to enter his ranks. He may have discovered that the Zangids wanted to strike at his forces from within, so he preferred to protect the unity of his camp. As a result of this refusal, the Zangids decided to continue their military operations, but Salahuddin defeated the Zangid army in a place on the borders of Hama in the valley of the Orontes River, known as Qurun Hama, which lies to the north of the city. That occurred on 19 Ramadan 570 Hijri, that is 23rd of April 1175 Common Era. He captured a number of emirs, but then released them. He pursued his opponents as far as the gates of Aleppo, where he besieged the city for a second time. He issued orders that the Friday sermons in the name of al-Malik as-Salih be stopped, and his name removed from the coinage in the areas under his control. Nevertheless, he did not feel that he had sufficient strength to carry on fighting. For their part, the people of Aleppo were inclined towards a peace deal. As the result of negotiations between the two sides, a truce was decided upon in which it was determined that Salahuddin would have what was in his possession of Greater Syria, and the Zangid allies would have what was in their possession. Added to his possessions would be some lands north of Hama, such as Al-Marah and Kafartab. After signing the deal, Salahuddin left Aleppo. The victory achieved by Salahuddin in Qurun Hama helped to consolidate his position in Syria, and also weakened the position of his opponents. It also led to him taking the title King of Egypt and Greater Syria, and prayers were offered for him under that title on the pulpits. Gold coins were also issued in this name. In fact, Salahuddin's intentions in dealing positively with al-Malik as-Salih Ismail was sincere. He tried to convince him that he was prepared to serve him sincerely, although it was clear that he would never allow his opponents to be close to him. As-Salih regarded this service as his due and a required duty. With this positive refusal of all attempts to reach an understanding, Salahuddin had no choice but to absolve himself from this obligation, and did not find any reason not to go ahead and give himself the title of king. The echoes of the Battle of Al-Qurun were as serious as its consequences. No sooner had the Sultan reached Hama on his way back than the envoys of the Caliph al-Mustadi reached him, bearing gifts of honor and black banners, and a document to confirm his authority over Egypt and Greater Syria, excluding Aleppo. Thus he became the legitimate ruler, the greatest and strongest in the entire region, and the true heir of Nur-ad-Din and principal. This was what annoyed the defeated Sangeed and increased the resentment of both the Aleppans and the Franks. All of that led to the resumption of fighting, as if the treaty with Aleppo and the security had all been in vain. The Battle of Tel Sultan, and the final attempt to expel Salah ad-Din. In fact, the dispute between the Ayubids and Zangids did not end with Salah ad-Din's victory at Qurun Hamah. Saif ad-Din Ghazi II did not lose hope when the news of defeat reached him. He was annoyed by Salah ad-Din's receiving official recognition from the Caliph of his rule of Egypt and Greater Syria, in addition to the coinage that was minted in his name, which prompted him to think of revenge and make military plans to corner him and guarantee victory for himself. His plan was fourfold. 1. He sent word to the emirs of Aleppo, rebuking them and blaming them for hastening to make a peace deal. He urged them to break it and cooperate with him in fighting the coming battle. 2. He sent an emissary to Raymond III, Count of Tripoli and Regent of the Kingdom of Jerusalem, asking him to form an alliance with him and support him against Salah ad-Din. 3. He tried to find out Salah ad-Din's intentions. He sent a messenger to him on the pretext of seeking a peace deal, but the real mission was to mislead him and find out what his intentions were. Saif ad-Din's messenger made a mistake when he took out the letter Saif ad-Din had written to the emirs of Aleppo. Salah ad-Din read it and realized what the Zangids were planning. At the same time, he realized that the emirs of Aleppo had broken the treaty, which they had made with him, and were preparing to continue fighting. And 4. He won over the rulers of Hasan Kaf, Mardin, and other Turkmen emirs. His brother Imad ad-Din Zangi II, ruler of Sinjar, also indicated that he was ready to cooperate with him. It is clear that Salah ad-Din was not far away from this hostile environment. In order to put a stop to this cooperation between Saif ad-Din Ghazi II and the Count of Tripoli, he made an offer of peace and friendship to the latter. If he would take a neutral stance and would release the Crusader prisoners, he was holding as a sign of his good intentions. Saif ad-Din Ghazi II assembled a large number of troops and led them to Nusaybin in Rabiul Awwal, 571 Hijri, that is September 1175 Common Era, where he stayed until the end of winter. Then he crossed the Euphrates from Dira. He wrote to Sa'ad din Gumushtagin and Al-Malik as-Saleh Ismail, asking them to support him. In fact, it was agreed that the ruler of Mosul would come to Aleppo and meet up with his nephew so that they could decide together on the next step. The two parties met in a place known as Ain al-Mubarakah, and it was decided that the armies of Aleppo and Mosul would join together. The combined number of these two armies was 20,000 troops. This huge army moved towards Damascus in Ramadan 571 Hijri, that is 1176 Common Era, and halted at Tel Sultan, 20 miles south of Aleppo. At this point, Kumushtagin decided to cooperate with the Crusaders in order to force Salah ad-Din to fight on two fronts, and thus weaken him. Hence he released the Crusader prisoners in Aleppo, especially Renaud de Chatillon, the ruler of Kirak, and Jocelyn, Count of Edessa, as a gesture of goodwill. Salah ad-Din made a move towards his opponents after receiving reinforcements from Egypt. He crossed the Orontes River at Shaizar in Shawwal, that is April, and passed by Qurun Hama until he reached Tal Sultan. No more than 10 days passed before he was caught unawares by Saifuddin Ghazi II, when his own troops had dispersed to find water for their horses. However, the ruler of Mosul hesitated to attack and decided to delay the encounter until the following day. When he mobilized his troops the following morning, on 10th Shawwal, that is 12th April, to attack the camp of Salahuddin, it was too late. The two sides met in an intense battle. The first attack of the Zangids nearly succeeded, but Salahuddin led the reserve troops he had with him to counterattack, and broke through the enemy lines. Before evening he had gained control of the situation and inflicted great losses on the Zangids. Some of their leaders fell captive, but Salahuddin was kind to them and let them go, showing great flexibility in political thinking. It seems that the aim was to win them over, especially since they were people of high standing and influence. Saifuddin Ghazi II thought that this defeat was enough and decided to return home. He had not gained anything but the enmity of Salahuddin. The wealth that he left behind in his camp when he withdrew was given by Salahuddin to his troops by way of reward. This decisive victory paved the way for Salahuddin to annex Aleppo and its environs. But at this point, he did not want to pursue the remnants of the Zangid troops and besiege Aleppo. He was content to launch raids against the possessions of his opponents in the area, after his troops took control of the fortresses surrounding Aleppo to the north and south. As a result of this division in the Muslim ranks, the two sides thought it was necessary to begin negotiations for the sake of making peace and preventing the Crusaders from benefiting from this situation, as well as serving the interests of the Muslims in general. Hence both sides made some concessions and decided on the following deal. 1. They would all be united against the Crusaders. 2. None of the parties was allowed to break the treaty. 3. If any party broke the treaty or went against it, the others would be united against it until it came back to the Muslim ranks. 4. Salahuddin conceded the citadel of Azaz to al-Malik as-Saleh. And 5. The truce was concluded in Muharram 572 Hijri, that is July 1176 Common Era. Death of Saifuddin Ghazi II and succession of Izzuddin Masood I. It seems that developments in Mosul took a different course that attracted Salahuddin's attentions once again. Saifuddin Ghazi II died in Safar 576 Hijri, that is July 1180 Common Era. Something strange had happened during his reign, which was that people went out to pray for rain in Mosul in 575 Hijri because of high prices in the city. Saifuddin came out with his retinue and the people rushed to him, seeking his help. They asked him to issue orders banning the sale of wine, and he responded to their request. They entered the city and sought out the establishments of the winemakers, breaking down the doors, plundering the houses, pouring away the wine and breaking the vessels. They did things that are not permissible. The occupants of those houses sought help from the Sultan's deputies, and they complained in particular about a man among the righteous, whose name was Abul Faraj at-Takkak, who had not been involved in plundering. All he had done was pour away the wine. When he saw what the common folk were doing, he told them not to do that, but they did not listen to him. When the complaint was made, he was brought to the citadel and struck on the head, and his turban fell off. When he was released, he left the citadel bareheaded, and they wanted to cover his head with his turban, but he did not do that and said, "By Allah, I will not cover it again until Allah avenges me against those who have wronged me." It was not long before Ad-Dustar, who had wronged him, died. That was followed by Saifuddin falling sick, and his sickness continued until he died. He was 30 years old, and his governorship had lasted for 10 years and some months. In life, he was one of the most handsome of men, with a fine profile, good features, white skin, a well-groomed beard, and an average build, neither skinny nor fat. He was wise and dignified, and did not turn around often inquisitively to see what was going on, whether he was riding or sitting. He was decent, and it was never said that he did anything that was contrary to decency. His protective jealousy was strong. He did not allow any servant to enter his womenfolk's quarters without saying takbir. Only child servants entered upon them. He did not like to shed blood or seize wealth, and was also somewhat on the stingy side. After his death, Mosul entered a vicious circle of conflicts to find his replacement. Saifuddin Ghazi II had wanted his son Mu'iz ad-Din Sanjar to succeed him. Mu'iz at that time was 12 years old, and Saifuddin had been worried about what would happen to his state after he was gone because of the ambitions of Salah ad-Din, owing to his son's youth. His brother Izz-ad-Din Masood also objected to this decision on the grounds that he was more entitled to rule, and he was supported by the emirs of Mosul. The Emir Mujahid ad-Din Qaimaz explained to Saifuddin Ghazi II the dangers that the Atabeg state would face as the result of a young boy's accession at the time when Salah ad-Din's strength in Greater Syria was on the increase. It seems that Saifuddin Ghazi II was convinced by his emir's view, and he appointed his brother Izz-ad-Din Masood as his successor. That of Al-Malik as-Salih Ismail ibn Nuruddin Mahmud. Al-Malik as-Salih Ismail ibn Nuruddin Mahmud died on 25 Rajab 577 Hijri in the citadel of Aleppo and was buried there. The cause of his death, it was said, was that the Amir Alam ad-Din Sulaiman ibn Jundur murdered him by putting poison in a bunch of grapes whilst he was out hunting. It was also said that he was assassinated by Yaqut al-Asadi, who put poison in his drink, which caused him to suffer colic, and he remained like that until he died. May Allah have mercy on him. He was a handsome, good-looking young man who had not yet reached the age of 20. He was one of the most decent of kings and the most like his father. He did not wrong anyone. The doctors prescribed wine for him during his illness. He consulted one of the scholars of jurisprudence about that, and the latter issued a ruling stating that he could drink it. As-Salih asked him, "Will drinking it extend or shorten my life at all?" The scholar replied, "No." He said, "Then by Allah, I will not drink it, for I do not want to meet Allah having drunk what He forbade to me." When he lost all hope of recovery, he summoned his emirs and made them swear allegiance to his cousin Izz-ad-Din Masood, the ruler of Mosul, because of his strength and position, and so as to prevent Salah ad-Din from capturing Aleppo. He was also afraid that allegiance would be sworn to his other cousin, Imad ad-Din Zangi, the ruler of Sinjar, who was his sister's husband and had been raised by his father, lest he be unable to protect Aleppo again from Salah ad-Din. When he died, the Aleppans summoned Izz-ad-Din Masood ibn Qutb ad-Din, the ruler of Mosul, who came to them with great pomp and ceremony. And it was a great day. That occurred on 20 Shaban. He received the city's treasures and income, and whatever weapons it had. Taqi-ad-Din Umar was in the city of Manbij and fled to Hama, where he found that the people had already declared their allegiance to Izz-ad-Din, the ruler of Mosul. The people of Aleppo encouraged Izz-ad-Din to recapture Damascus in the absence of Salah ad-Din, who was back in Egypt, and told him that the people of Damascus loved this Atabeg dynasty. He responded, "There are many promises and covenants between me and him, and you want me to betray him?" He stayed in Aleppo for several months, and traveled to Raqqa where he stayed, and the envoys of his brother Imad ad-Din came to him, and traveled to Raqqa where he stayed, and the envoys of his brother Imad ad-Din Zangi came to him, asking him to trade Aleppo for Sinjar. They persisted in asking, but he refused. Then he did that reluctantly, handing Aleppo over to him, and Imad ad-Din handed over Sinjar, Kabur, Raqqa, Nusaybin, Suruj, and other cities to him. When the Sultan, Salah ad-Din, heard of this, he set out from Egypt with his troops and marched until he reached the Euphrates. He crossed the river and met some of the emirs of the ruler of Mosul, but they retreated. As a result, Salah ad-Din captured all of Mesopotamia and wanted to besiege Mosul, but that did not happen. Instead, he came to Aleppo and took it from Imad ad-Din Zangi. End of part 2 of chapter 7. Dear people watching and listening, Assalamu alaikum. Kindly like and share this video and subscribe to my YouTube channel. Please support my channel by contributing to my Patreon account so that I can continue making the audiobook series. Salahuddin al-Ayyubi, Volume 2, The Establishment of the Ayubid State. Start of Part 3 of Chapter 7. The First Siege of Mosul. Political developments in Syria, Mesopotamia and Mosul after the death of As-Saleh Ismail prompted Salah ad-Din to leave Egypt and head eastwards in order to be closer to the events that were unfolding there, so that he could intervene when circumstances dictated it. He regarded the way in which Izz-ad-Din Masud I was running the affairs of Aleppo as contrary to the treaty that had been drawn up between the Ayubids and Zangids, because this city and its neighboring citadels belonged to him by the Abbasid Caliph's decree. Furthermore, this breach of the treaty could lead to the end of the mission of Islamic unity that he was striving to achieve. Hence he took many steps on his way eastwards aimed at disconnecting Aleppo from what was around it. He asked his nephew Taqi-ad-Din Umar, ruler of Hama, Farrukh Shah, ruler of Damascus, and other emirs to attack the regions west of Mesopotamia and annex them to the Ayubid possessions, and to prevent the army of Mosul from crossing the Euphrates. But Taqi-ad-Din Umar was unable to prevent Izz-ad-Din Masud I from entering Aleppo. Farrukh Shah was also preoccupied with withstanding the efforts of Renaud de Chatillon to invade the Arabian Peninsula, to which end the latter had set out from the fortress of Kirak. Salah ad-Din wrote a letter to the Abbasid Caliph an-Nasir li-Dinillah, in which he continued his efforts and jihad for the sake of Islam and the great things he had achieved for the Abbasid Caliphate. He explained his role in the downfall of the Fatimid Caliphate and the restoration of Abbasid authority in Egypt. He also described to him the bad situation in Syria, the vulnerability of Harim to Crusader attacks, the betrayal of the ruler of Mosul, the transgressions of the Aleppan troops against his possessions, and their seeking help from the Crusaders, and their correspondence with the assassins with the aim of cooperating with them against the Islamic unity mission he was striving to achieve. He reminded him that the Caliph al-Mustadi bi Amrillah had given him authority over Aleppo and its environs, and that he had only given it up for the sake of the son of Nuruddin Mahmud. But now he could not but ask for his rights. He expressed that by saying, "Now let everyone who had a right take what is his due, and let everyone be content with this lot." For his part, Izzeddin Masud I made a move towards the Crusaders, in order to win them over and urge them to attack the Muslim borders, so as to distract Salah ad-Din from targeting his territory. Salah ad-Din was very annoyed by the betrayal of the ruler of Mosul, so he decided to focus his attention on the areas of northern Syria and Mesopotamia. He headed towards Aleppo and Mosul, and was joined in his march to Aleppo by Muzaffar ad-Din Kokaburi, the ruler of Haran, who suggested to him that he should cross the Euphrates and capture the land lying to the east before heading towards Aleppo, so that he would not be distracted from it by anything else, and he promised to help him. It is worth mentioning that Kokaburi had a dispute with the ruler of Mosul and his deputy Kaimaz, who had dismissed him from his post as governor of Irbil. Salah ad-Din set out towards Aleppo with the approval of the Caliph, and besieged it for 3 days in Jamadiul Awwal, that is September, after which he moved towards Mosul in order to capture it from the Zangids, preferring to annex Mesopotamia and its fortresses beforehand. He crossed the Euphrates at Bira, the ruler of which was Shihab ad-Din Muhammad ibn Ilyas al-Artuqi, who was loyal to Salah ad-Din. The Artuqids in Hasan Kaif and Mardin then announced their loyalty to him and joined his army. The cities of Mesopotamia began to fall to him, one after another: Edessa, Suruj, Nusaybin, Raqah, Khabur, and others. He appointed Kokaburi as governor of Edessa, Husam ad-Din Abul Hayja as-Samin as governor of Nusaybin, and he gave Khabur to Jamal ad-Din Khushtarin. Thus Salah ad-Din succeeded in gaining control of all of the Yar Mudar in the Jazira region and forming an alliance opposed to the Emir of Mosul. There was now nothing left for him to do but head towards Mosul and subjugate it. In fact, Mosul was a source of worry for him and an obstacle that stood in the way of achieving his aims. So he decided that he had no alternative but to conquer it, if he could not gain its support and cooperation. He realized that he could not realize his objective unless he annexed Mosul, Sinjar, and Jazirat ibn Umar. Salah ad-Din arrived in Mosul in Rajab 578 Hijri, that is December 1182 Common Era, and laid a concentrated siege to the city. Then he soon attacked it, but he did not breach its defenses. It proved to be a difficult target for him because of its fortifications, the strength of its walls, and the huge preparations that had been made by Izzeddin Masud I and his deputy Qaimaz. They had mobilized large number of troops to defend it, using weapons which included stupendous siege machines. During the siege, Salah ad-Din undertook reconnaissance around the city, and it became clear to him that it was impossible to breach it. In the meantime, the ruler of Mosul took measures to seek help from allies all around. He sent Al-Qadi Bahad-Din ibn Shaddad to Baghdad to seek the help of the Abbasid Caliph in repelling Salah ad-Din from his land, and the Caliph wrote to Sadr ad-Din Sheikh al-Shayukh, who was with Salah ad-Din, ordering him to mediate between the two sides. He sought help from Kizil Arsalan, the ruler of Azerbaijan, Pahlawan ibn Ildakaz, the Atabeg of Hamadan, and Bakhtamar Sukman, the ruler of Khalat. None of them tried to help except Bakhtamar, who sent word to Salah ad-Din asking him to accept his intercession and to stay away from Mosul. Despite the fact that Salah ad-Din sent Bakhtamar's envoys away, all these factors prompted him to rethink his plans to annex Mosul by force, and he decided to use diplomatic means instead. It seems that he found himself in a difficult position and was afraid of losing his status as a mujahid for the sake of Islam due to appearing to harbor ambitions against the state of Mosul. So he suggested a peace deal to Izz-ad-Din Masud I, who asked him to return the lands that had been taken from him. Salah ad-Din agreed to that on condition that he did not object to the annexation of Aleppo, but the ruler of Mosul refused to betray his brother and was keen for his brother to keep his authority in Aleppo, and announced that he was prepared to help him if he was faced with danger. Annexation of Sinjar. As a result of the failure of negotiations between the two sides, Salah ad-Din decided to put more pressure on Mosul and isolate it from Aleppo. Sinjar was the city that gave him the opportunity to carry out his plan. Hence he lifted the siege of Mosul and went to Sinjar on 16 Shaban, 576 Hijri, that is 15 December, 1182 Common Era. He notified the Caliph of what he had decided to do. He besieged the city for 15 days until it fell to him. Consequences of the annexation of Sinjar. The annexation of Sinjar provoked the emirs of Mesopotamia, who called one another to a defensive alliance against Salah ad-Din's policy, as they were aggravated by his penetration into the Mesopotamia region and his annexation of Sinjar, which threatened their security. This alliance consisted of Shah Arman Sukman, ruler of Khalat, Qutbuddin ibn Najmuddin Albi, ruler of Mardin, Daulat Shah, ruler of Batlis and Arzan, in addition to Izz-ad-Din Masud I. The allies went out to confront him, taking advantage of the fact that his army was scattered throughout Mesopotamia, and camped in Harzum, on the outskirts of Mardin. When he learned of their march, he gathered his army and marched to Ras al-Ain to meet them. It seems that they were afraid to enter into battle, so they scattered and returned to their homelands. Thus Izz-ad-Din Masud I failed in his attempt to expel Salah ad-Din from Mesopotamia, despite the support of some of its emirs. He no longer had the power to put any obstacles in the way of Salah ad-Din's ventures in the region. Annexation of Amid. Salah ad-Din took advantage of the division and weakness among his opponents and went to Amid, after seeking permission from the Caliph al-Nasir li-Dinillah to attack it, which was granted to him. Nuruddin Muhammad, the ruler of Hassan Kaf, had urged him to attack it and capture it and hand it over to him, in accordance with the agreement between them. Salah ad-Din reached Amid on 17 Dhul-Hijjah, 578 Hijri, that is 15th April, 1183 Common Era, and laid siege to it. Its provisional ruler, Muhammad ibn Ildakaz, was weak and had no authority except in name only. Its actual ruler was Baha'u'ddin ibn Nisan, who was known for his miserliness and bad conduct, and for withholding provisions and assets from the inhabitants of the city. During this time, Salahuddin sent letters to the prominent emirs of Amid, making promises and issuing threats if they persisted in fighting. These circumstances led to the inhabitants becoming unfocused and careless in defending the city. So Ibn Nisan was forced to ask for safe passage for himself and his family, and to ask Salahuddin to give him 3 days to move his personal property and treasures. After the end of this period, he handed the city over to Salahuddin on 10 Muharram 579 Hijri, that is 16th May 1183 Common Era, and Salahuddin in turn handed it and its environs over to Nuruddin Muhammad. He ordered Nuruddin to establish justice and put an end to injustice, and to hear and obey the Sultan with regard to facing their enemies and showing kindness to their allies at all times, and told him that any time he asked for reinforcements from Amid to fight the Franks, he should find them ready. Annexation of Aleppo. After taking over areas of Mesopotamia that were adjacent to the Emirate of Aleppo, Salahuddin decided to annex them into his possessions before taking Mosul. So he crossed the Euphrates and camped at Tel Khalid on the outskirts of Aleppo, and besieged it until it surrendered in Muharram 579 Hijri, that is May 1183 Common Era. Then he traveled from there to Aintab, that is Gaziantep, the ruler of which, Nasir-ad-Din Muhammad ibn Khimartagin, offered allegiance to him and asked him to leave him in position in charge of his emirate. Salahuddin agreed to that, then moved on from Aintab to Aleppo, where he camped on 22nd Muharram, that is 21 May, but he did not initiate the fighting. Rather, he camped in a place known as the Green Field. Then he moved a few days later to Mount Jaushan and gave Imad ad-Din Zangi II the impression that he was building lodgings there for himself and his troops, so as to force him to surrender, thus avoiding bloodshed. Imad ad-Din Zangi II was forced to begin negotiations with Salahuddin for the handover of the city, and the Emir Husam ad-Din Tuman acted as mediator between them. The negotiations ended with the following conclusions. 1. Imad ad-Din Zangi II was to give Aleppo to Salahuddin. 2. Salahuddin was to give Imad ad-Din Zangi II Sinjar, Khabur, Nusaybin, and Suruj. 3. Salahuddin was to give Husam ad-Din Tuman and Raqqah. And 4. Imad ad-Din Zangi II was to put his military forces at the disposal of Salahuddin whenever he asked him to. Salahuddin entered Aleppo after the conclusion of this deal on 17 Safar 579 Hijri, that is 18 June 1183 Common Era, and was welcomed by its inhabitants. Consequences of the annexation of Aleppo. As a result of Salahuddin's annexation of Aleppo, his position was strengthened and the Islamic front became more cohesive. He became so powerful that he was able to focus on fighting the Crusaders. Thus their fears increased. They regarded this event as the greatest crisis they had ever faced. In addition to that, it strengthened political and military ties between Egypt and Greater Syria. The Crusader kingdoms in Greater Syria found themselves besieged along this axis. Bohemond III, ruler of Antioch, asked Salahuddin for security, and he granted him a truce so as to allow himself time to perfect his plans to unite the Muslim world in the Near East. Second Siege of Mosul. Soon new developments in Mosul forced Salah ad-Din once again to intervene in its affairs. In Jamadul Awwal, 579 Hijri, that is September 1183 Common Era, Izz-ad-Din Masood I listened to the incitement of some of his senior emirs against his deputy, Mujahid ad-Din Qaimaz, against whom they shared a strong enmity. Izz-ad-Din arrested him, imprisoned him, and confiscated his property. Irbil, Jazirat ibn Umar, Jahrazur, Takuka, and Qala Taqar al-Hamidiyya were all under the rule of Qaimaz, administered by deputies in his name. When he was arrested, these deputies decided to rebel. Both Zain ad-Din Yusuf, the governor of Irbil, and Muiz ad-Din Sanjar Shah, the governor of Jazirat ibn Umar, sent letters of loyalty to Salah ad-Din, and these two cities came under his control. By means of this irresponsible attitude, Izz-ad-Din Masood I contributed to the weakening of his own position vis-à-vis Salah ad-Din. Izz-ad-Din inclined towards diplomacy and sent Al-Qadi Bahad-Din ibn Shaddad to the Abbasid Caliph in Shawwal 579 Hijri, that is January 1184 Common Era, asking him to intervene again to bring about a reconciliation between him and Salah ad-Din. The Caliph responded to his request and sent Sheikh al-Shayukh and Bashir al-Khadim to Damascus to negotiate with Salah ad-Din for a solution to the problems between him and the ruler of Mosul. Muhyiddin al-Shahrazuri joined them as the representative of the ruler of Mosul, accompanied by Al-Qadi ibn Shaddad. The negotiations came to a dead end, however, because Salah ad-Din insisted that the rulers of Irbil and Jazirat ibn Umar should have the freedom to choose whether they joined him or the ruler of Mosul. This position was rejected by the representative of Izz-ad-Din Masood I, who insisted that they should follow the ruler of Mosul and that their names should be mentioned in the treaty document. So the envoys went back without having achieved anything. Izz-ad-Din Masood, who had put himself in this dilemma, realized that the situation was critical and regretted what he had done to his deputy, and he tried to rectify matters. He released him from prison and restored to him his former authority. Mujahid ad-Din Qaimaz came out of prison at a time when Mosul had lost some of its power and the morale of those in authority was on the decline. So he strove to restore the strength of the various branches of the state, including the army, asking for help from neighboring forces. He succeeded in his attempt to win over Khazal, the ruler of Azerbaijan, who supplied him with 3,000 troops. After he became certain of his ability to take action, he decided to recapture the cities that the Atabegs had lost. He attacked Irbil, but he failed to breach its walls. Salah ad-Din was not unaware of what was going on, and he decided to intervene in the interests of his ally Zain ad-Din Yusuf, the ruler of Irbil, and after that to head towards Mosul to wrest it from the clutches of Izz-ad-Din Masood I. He soon mobilized his forces and set out, leading them to Haran in Safar 581 Hijri, that is May 1185 Common Era. He camped at Ras al-Ain, then he went to Dunaysar, where he was joined by Imad ad-Din ibn Qara Arsalan al-Artuki and the troops of his brother Nuruddin Muhammad, the ruler of Hassan Kaif and Amid. They marched together to Nusaybin, where they were joined by Muiz ad-Din Sanjar Shah ibn Saif ad-Din Ghazi I, ruler of Jazirat ibn Umar. Salah ad-Din continued to march towards Mosul and camped in Ismailiyat, which is close to the city in Rabiul Awal, 581 Hijri, that is June 1185 Common Era. To reinforce his position, he sent a letter to the Abbasid Caliph telling him of his decision to settle matters with Mosul. He indicated that the people of Mosul were giving Friday sermons and issuing coinage in the name of Tughrul the Seljuk, the Sultan of Persia and the opponent of the Caliph, as well as corresponding with the Crusaders and inciting them to attack Muslim lands. He also mentioned that his decision was not based on any ambition to expand his own realm or get rid of the Zengids. Rather, it was to bring them back to obeying the Caliph and supporting Islam, to prevent them from committing injustice and transgressing the sacred limits, and to cut off their relationship with the Seljuks of Persia and force them to respect their neighbors' rights and uphold the ties of kinship. The pressure on Izz-ad-Din Masood I was intense, and he felt helpless, so he was inclined to reach a deal. He headed a delegation which included the daughter of his paternal uncle, Nuruddin Mahmud, and other women, and a number of prominent figures, to seek a reconciliation and an end to the siege of Mosul. Salah ad-Din would have accepted this offer of reconciliation, were it not for the objection of al-Faqih Isa al-Hakari and the Amir Ali ibn Ahmad al-Mashtub, who warned him against accepting this offer and said, "A city like Mosul should not be given up for the sake of a woman." Izz-ad-Din Masood only sent the women because he was unable to protect the city. Salah ad-Din was convinced by their argument and gave his apologies to the delegation from Mosul and continued to besiege the city. However, there were many obstacles in his way, so he was forced to lift the siege of Mosul. Among the most important of these obstacles were the following. 1. The people of Mosul were able to go out from the eastern side and fight the Ayubid forces, then return into the city, which put pressure on Salah ad-Din's forces. 2. Qaimaz had strengthened the fortifications of the city and reorganized the army, so that they were able to resist the Ayubid attacks, and the troops fought courageously to defend the city. And 3. The siege of Mosul occurred during the summer, when temperatures were very high, so Salah ad-Din ordered a halt of military operations until the temperature dropped. It so happened that water levels in the Tigris fell at that time, so the engineer suggested to Salah ad-Din that he should divert the course of the river away from Mosul to cut off water for its inhabitants, so that they would become thirsty and would be forced to surrender. But Salah ad-Din thought that this project would take more time than he had, and a lot of effort that would exhaust the troops. During the siege, it so happened that Shah Arman, the ruler of Khalat, died without leaving a son to succeed him, and Nuruddin Muhammad, the ruler of Amid and Hassan Kaif, also died. Salah ad-Din felt he ought to organize the affairs of the Artukid Emirates in a way that served his aims. Attempt to annex Khalat. One of the Mamluks of Shah Arman, whose name was Saif ad-Din Bakhtamar, took charge in Khalat after the death of its ruler. Salah ad-Din hoped to annex the city and consulted his general staff concerning that. Some of them suggested that he continue besieging Mosul, whilst others advised him to travel to Khalat and take over the city on the grounds that it would be a first step towards taking over the other citadels in the area. As a result of this difference of opinions, Salah ad-Din hesitated, did not know what decision to make until he received letters from the people of Khalat, summoning him so that they could hand over the city to him. In fact, Shams ad-Din Pahlawan ibn Ildakaz, the ruler of Azerbaijan and Hamdan, hoped to take over Khalat when he found out about the death of Shah Arman. Bakhtamar was afraid that he would lose his position if this happened, and the people of Khalat refused to submit to Pahlavan. To prevent him coming and taking over the city, Bakhtamar came to an agreement with the prominent people of the city to write to Salahuddin, saying that they agreed to give their allegiance to him. Their intention, however, was to set the two sides against one another so that the city would remain in their hands. Salahuddin headed towards Khalat without knowing the intentions of Bakhtamar. In his vanguard were his cousin Nasiruddin Muhammad ibn Shirkuh, Muzaffaruddin, son of the ruler of Haran, and others. They camped in Tawana, near Khalat, and he sent Al-Faqih Isa al-Hakari and Gharsuddin Khilij Arsalan to Khalat to discuss the terms of the handover. He himself headed towards Mayfarakin to annex it. As for Pahlawan, he had marched towards Khalat and camped near the city. Then the envoys of Bakhtamar went back and forth between the two sides. They warned Pahlawan that if he attacked Khalat, Bakhtamar would hand the city over to Salahuddin, but Pahlawan was able to win Bakhtamar over and gave him his daughter in marriage. Bakhtamar apologized to the envoys of Salahuddin, who went back without having achieved their aim. Thus Salahuddin's efforts to take over Khalat failed. For his part, Kutubuddin Sukman, who had succeeded his father as ruler of Amid and Hasan Kaif, offered his loyalty to Salahuddin for fear that he might take Amid back from him. Annexation of Mayfarakin. Mayfarakin was under the rule of Husam ad-Din Yulak ibn Qutubuddin al-Ghazi, ruler of Mardin, who was 10 years old. In it was a garrison belonging to Shah Arman, the ruler of Khalat, and its troops were led by Asad ad-Din Jaranqash, who had refused to come under Salahuddin's banner and had declared his rebellion. Salahuddin was forced to besiege the city, but was not able to breach its defenses, so he decided to use a political ruse. He contacted the widow of Qutubuddin who was living there and gave her the impression that Jaranqash had made an agreement with him to surrender the city. He also sent word to Jaranqash, telling him that this lady was inclined towards a peace deal. By means of this subterfuge, he annexed the city on 29 Jamadiul Awwal, 581 Hijri, that is 28 August, 1185 Common Era. At that point, a letter reached Salahuddin from the Abbasid Caliph, appointing him in charge of Diyarbakir and of taking care of its king's orphans. Thus Friday sermons were given and coinage was minted in his name in the Artukid provinces. Third Siege of Mosul. Salahuddin takes over. When Salahuddin had finished with Mayfariqin, he returned to Mosul to besiege it for the third time. He traveled via Nusaybin, reaching Kafar Zanhar in Shaban 581 Common Era, where he stayed until winter ended. Then the envoy of Izzuddin Masud, ruler of Mosul, came seeking a peace deal. Salahuddin fell ill at that time and went to Haran. So Izzuddin Masud I took advantage of this opportunity to renew his attempts to make an agreement with him. After having despaired of getting support from the Caliph and the Persian ruler, he sent Bahad-Din ibn Shaddad, giving him the authority to sign a peace deal. The peace deal between the two sides stated the following. 1. Izzuddin Masud, the Atabeg of Mosul, was to hand over to Salahuddin Shahrazur and its environs, the province of Qurabi and all the territory beyond Zab, as well as the province of Bani Qafaq. 2. Salah ad-Din was to give up Mosul and its environs to Izz-ad-Din Masood Zangi, which would be under his administration, but would belong to Salah ad-Din as a self-governing area within the framework of the Ayubid state. 3. Izz-ad-Din Masood would be obliged to order that Friday sermons be given in the name of Salah ad-Din on the pulpits in the city and surrounding areas, and his government was to stop giving Friday sermons in the name of the Seljuks in those areas. Izz-ad-Din Masood also agreed to mint coins in the name of Salah ad-Din in that land. 4. Izz-ad-Din Masood and his troops were obliged to be at the service of Salah ad-Din whenever he called him, and both sides were to take part in the jihad against the Crusaders and the fight to take back Palestine. And 5. Both sides promised to adhere to the previous agreement, the terms of which had been agreed verbally in Zulhaj 581 Hijri, that is the 3rd of March 1186 Common Era. This deal would continue to be in effect, and Salah ad-Din adhered to this deal and never changed it until he died. By means of this agreement, Salah ad-Din was able to unite the Islamic front under his leadership and become the strongest Muslim ruler in the region. Now that this had been achieved, he had to strive to achieve the greater goal, which was to liberate Jerusalem and the rest of the Muslim lands from the Crusader invaders. Regarding the relationship between Salah ad-Din and the Zangid dynasty, at a time when some historians among his contemporaries and certain modern researchers have expressed doubts about Salah ad-Din's motives and his relationship with the Zangid dynasty, it may be stated that this doubt can be rendered baseless on the following counts. Salah ad-Din was very eager in his correspondence with the Abbasid Caliph to explain in precise detail the motives for his actions. 2. The motive that was the justification for his actions always came back to the jihad against the Crusaders and the liberation of Jerusalem, as well as the urgent need to unite the Muslim ranks for the purpose of developing jihad and succeeding in it. And 3. In his dealings with Zangids, Salah ad-Din was very eager in his correspondence with the Abbasid Caliph to explain, in precise detail, the motives for his actions. The motive that was the justification for his actions always came back to the jihad against the Crusaders and the liberation of Jerusalem, as well as the urgent need to unite the Muslim ranks for the purpose of developing jihad and succeeding in it. In his dealings with the Zangids, Salah ad-Din was always generous after he defeated them in battle, as well as in the way he besieged them. After achieving the union of Egypt and Syria, and ensuring the support of Mosul, Salah ad-Din immediately began to achieve his second goal, which formed his main concern, which was to destroy the field army of the Latin kingdom and conquer Jerusalem. We shall see below that the first aim was achieved in the Battle of Hattin, the outcome of which was impacted by his ability to mobilize a huge, united Islamic force at the right time and in the right place. The achievement of the second goal came after the Battle of Hattin, and as a result of his victory in that battle. One of the characteristics that distinguished Salah ad-Din in the peace deal with Mosul was his generosity. It is recorded that he did not leave the Mosul region until he had given its ruler, his mother, his wife, the daughter of Nuruddin, and a number of prominent men of state great gifts worth more than 10,000 dinars, in addition to horses, perfumes, unique gifts, and clothing. Furthermore, after he had recovered from his illness, he traveled with his brother Al-Adil at the beginning of 582 Common Era to Aleppo, then to Damascus, and he wrote to all his governors telling them to pay sadaqah. In Damascus alone, He paid sadaqah of 5,000 Egyptian dinars. End of part 3 of chapter 7. Dear people watching and listening, Assalamu alaikum. Kindly like and share this video and subscribe to my YouTube channel. Please support my channel by contributing to my Patreon account so that I can continue making the audiobook series. Salahuddin al-Ayyubi, Volume 2, The Establishment of the Ayubid State. Start of Part 4 of Chapter 7. Ismaili Shiite attempts to assassinate Salahuddin. After the death of the Fatimid Caliph Al-Mustansir in 487 Hijri, that is 1094 Common Era, the Ismaili sect split into two groups, one of which was the Naziris who believed that Al-Mustansir's oldest son, Nizar, was more entitled to become the Caliph, and who fled eastwards after they were faced with persecution in Egypt. They were led by Hassan ibn as-Sabah, who founded in Persia what was known as Nizari group, whose followers were most commonly known as al-Hashishiyah, which means the assassins, or al-Batiniyah. The second group was al-Mustaliyah, the followers of al-Mustali, the second son of al-Mustansir. Al-Hasan ibn as-Sabah studied Ismaili doctrine in depth. Al-Hasan ibn al-Sabah had grown up in Ray in Persia and was influenced in his youth by the Ismaili sect. He visited Egypt and met al-Mustansir. He remained in Egypt for about 18 months, during which al-Mustansir showed him great warmth and hospitality, supported him with much money and property, and told him to promote him as Imam in Persia. Al-Hasan ibn Nasabah thought that the appointment of Nizar as Caliph was more in accordance with Ismaili teachings, which stipulated that the Imam should be the oldest son of his father. Undoubtedly, Al-Hasan ibn Sabah's stays in Egypt allowed him to become acquainted with affairs in the Fatimid state and the way the Ismaili sect had ended up under the control of Badr al-Jamali. He resolved to promote the cause of al-Mustansir in Persia and Khorasan and strive to establish a purely Ismaili society. When he returned to Persia, he began to spread his message of support for Nizar, refusing to swear allegiance to al-Mustali, and regarding himself as the Imam's deputy in planning to establish a new Ismaili state in the Muslim East. After he returned to Persia and reached Isfahan in 473 Hijri, he began to preach in secret. When Nizam al-Mulk put increased pressure on him, he went to Qazvin and took over Qalat al-Maut, which means the citadel of death, making it a base for himself and his group. The group expanded and spread mischief in the land. Hardly had al-Hasan ibn as-Sabah taken over Qalat al-Maut when he hastened to capture neighboring citadels too. He sent out his preachers to achieve this aim. It was not long before as-Sabah had taken over the entire region south of Qazvin, after gaining control of the citadels scattered throughout the area. There were nearly 60 such citadels, most of which were located in the midst of arable valleys and near reliable water sources. Each citadel was an independent military and economic unit whose inhabitants lived a self-reliant life, farming the land and defending the citadel and its surrounding areas against any aggression or invasion. During the era of Nizam al-Mulk as-Seljuki, Hassan as-Sabah managed to direct his fanatically loyal followers to achieve political aims to the detriment of his opponents, especially the Sunni Abbasid Caliphate, the legitimacy of which he challenged, in addition to opposing some of the Muslim Seljuk emirs. The main weapon he used was assassination. His followers carried out a series of assassinations, whose victims were many officials and emirs of the Abbasid state. They became a serious threat, and they grew strong. People feared them greatly and were filled with terror. Al-Hasan as-Sabah and his Ismaili Shiite followers harbored a great hatred towards Ahl Sunnah. The Shiite, Batini, Ismaili movement expanded and gained control of a number of important fortresses in Syria, such as Qudmus, Alifa, Kahf, Masyaf, and others. It is clear that they were alarmed by the demise of the Fatimid Caliphate and the victory of the Sunni Madhab in Egypt, and they sensed the danger that was threatening them in Syria, especially since Nuruddin Mahmud had limited their expansion towards the east. For that reason, in 558 Hijri, that is 1163 Common Era, the leadership in Kalat al-Maut sent Rashid ad-Din Sinan al-Basri, who was known as Sheikh al-Jabal, the old man of the mountain, to take charge of the district of An-Nusayriya in Syria. He went to Aleppo disguised as a Sufi ascetic and remained there for a few months. Then he moved between the assassins' citadels until he settled in Masyaf. First attempt by the Shiite Ismailis to assassinate Salah ad-Din. The Batini Shiites, who were the assassins, resented Salah ad-Din because he had toppled the Fatimid Caliphate and had gone to Syria to unite it with Egypt, which posed a threat to their existence. So Rashid ad-Din cooperated with both the Crusaders and the Zangids to put an end to him. The full name of Rashid ad-Din, the tyrant leader of the Ismailis, was Abul Hasan Sinan ibn Sulaiman ibn Muhammad al-Basri al-Batini, head of the Nizari sect of Ismailis. He was a hard-working, solid character who had studied philosophy and had experience of life. He was chivalrous, crafty, treacherous, and sophisticated. Of him Az-Zahabi remarked, "He was a disaster and a calamity, an ascetic and spiritual preacher. He would sit on a rock, moving nothing but his tongue. He influenced them and they exaggerated about him, and some of them thought he was divine. May they perish! How ignorant they are! He deceived them with witchcraft and alchemy. He wrote many books and read widely, and he lived a long time." In 570 Hijri, that is 1174 Common Era, Al-Malik as-Salih Ismail, at the instigation of Gumushtegin, sent word to Rashid ad-Din, asking him for help, and offered him a lot of money and a number of villages, if he would kill Salah ad-Din. It is clear that the interest that the two sides had in common was their enmity towards Salah ad-Din. Rashid ad-Din sent a group of his commandos to the Ayubid camp, where they were discovered by an emir called Khamartigin. They killed him and reached Salah ad-Din's tent in the middle of the camp. One of them attacked him to kill him, but was killed before he could do that, and the rest fought to defend themselves from being killed. It is unlikely that the incitement of Gumushtegin was the main or only motive for Rashid ad-Din to undertake this action, because he was working for his own reasons. Since Salah ad-Din had entered Syria, he had become the main enemy of Rashid ad-Din's movement, because he was striving to unite Ahl Sunnah there, which was a threat to the existence of his movement. The second attempt. Rashid ad-Din did not stop his attempt to assassinate Salah ad-Din, despite the failure of the first attempt. Rather, his determination increased, In Zulqadda 571 Hijri, that is May 1176 Common Era, he sent a group of his followers, disguised as soldiers, to enter the Ayubid camp during the siege of the citadel of Azaz. They started fighting alongside Salah ad-Din's troops and mixing with them, looking for an opportunity to kill Salah ad-Din. Whilst the troops were preoccupied with besieging the citadel, Salah ad-Din passed by the tent of the Amir Jadili al-Asadi to encourage the troops to continue fighting. One of the Ismailis attacked him and struck him in the head with a knife, but Salah ad-Din was wearing an iron helmet on his head. The man struck him again on the cheek and wounded him. Salah ad-Din grabbed his arm and tried to stop him as he was continuing his attack and strike him, until the Amir Saif ad-Din Yazguj caught up with him and killed him. Then a second commando attacked Salah ad-Din, but was confronted by Dawood ibn Manklan, who killed him. Then a third commando attacked him and tried to complete the mission, but he was intercepted by the Amir Abi Abul Fawaris and was stabbed and killed by Nasir ad-Din Muhammad ibn Shirkuh. A fourth came out of the tent and fled, but was pursued by the troops, who killed him. This sudden incident made Salah ad-Din wary, to such an extent that he inspected all of his troops, and whoever did not recognize he sent away. But whoever he recognized he kept with him. He was very concerned and took strict precautions. Of course, this incident had an effect on the troops too, and they stopped fighting for Azaz, especially when it was rumored that Salah ad-Din had been killed. As a precaution, he built wooden towers around his tent, and Al-Qadi al-Fadil sent a letter to reassure al-Malik al-Adil, the brother of Salah ad-Din, that his brother was safe and telling him the details of what had really happened. Salah ad-Din's methods in teaching the Ismailis a lesson. Salah ad-Din sent word to Rashid ad-Din Sinan, threatening him. The Ismaili leader responded saying, I read your letter carefully, and we understand what you are threatening. By Allah, it is amazing, a fly buzzing in the ear of an elephant, and a mosquito that can do no harm to a statue. There were people before you who said that and we destroyed them, and they had no supporters. Are you fighting the truth and supporting falsehood? The wrongdoers should realize what will become of them. If you issue orders to cut off my head and uproot my citadels which are built in strong mountains, that is just wishful thinking and imagination, because the essence cannot be destroyed by transient things and souls do not vanish because of sickness. If we look at it from without and stop talking about what is hidden, we have a good example in the Messenger of Allah. No prophet was persecuted as I was. You know what happened to his family and supporters. It is still the same and is still going on. You know how we appear to be and how our men are, how they wish for death, and how they are trying hard to draw close to the cistern of death. As the saying goes, are you threatening the duck with water? Prepare yourself for calamities and shield yourself against death. I shall send against you from you, and you will be like one who is looking for death by his own hands. That is not difficult for Allah. So watch out for yourself and read the beginning of Surah An-Nahl and the end of Surah Sa'd. After several failed assassination attempts, Salah ad-Din took strict precautions to the extent that he built wooden towers around his tent. This incident had a far-reaching effect on the troops, who became confused and stopped fighting for Azaz. The situation was chaotic for the people too, as it was rumored throughout the land that Salah ad-Din had been killed. At that point, Salah ad-Din was compelled to walk around among his troops so that the people could see him alive and well, and Al-Qadi al-Fadil sent a letter to al-Malik al-Adil the brother of Salah ad-Din, reassuring him and telling him what had really happened. Salah ad-Din decided to put an end to this movement, the danger of which had become apparent in Greater Syria. He prepared a military campaign in Muharram 572 Hijri, that is August 1176 Common Era. He besieged their fortresses and set up large mangonels, killed and captured many of them, seized their cattle, wrecked their houses, destroyed their infrastructure, and inflicted severe damage on them, until his maternal uncle Shihab ad-Din Mahmud Tikshi, ruler of Hama, interceded for them. They had been in contact with him because they were his neighbors. In the end, Salah ad-Din left them alone after having taken revenge on them and breaking their grip on power. The assassins were forced to come to an agreement with Salah ad-Din after the failure of their repeated attempts to assassinate him and their inability to confront his forces. Hence they preferred for him to be neutral instead of a direct enemy to them. Whatever the case, after the peace treaty was concluded, the historical sources do not mention any friction between the two sides. Only Ibn al-Athir, in one report, referred to their cooperation when Salah ad-Din asked Rashid ad-Din Sinan to kill Richard the Lion-Hearted and Conrad of Montferrat, Count of Tyre, and promised to pay him in return for that. Sinan, however, was afraid that after Salah ad-Din got rid of his enemies, he would be free to focus his attention on the assassins and destroy them, so he just killed Conrad and not Richard. Salah ad-Din's relationship with Seljuks of Rome. Izz-ad-Din Kilij Arsalan II was the Sultan of the Seljuks of Rome. There was a conflict between him and the Byzantines, which ended with his victory over the Byzantines at the Battle of Myriokephalon in 571 Hijri, that is 1176 Common Era. His victory had an effect on the Byzantine state, and this battle dealt the final blow to the Byzantine army. The historians state that this battle, the Battle of Myriokephalon, determined the ultimate fate of Asia Minor and the East, as the Byzantines were no longer able to threaten Syria after that. First confrontation between Salah ad-Din and Kilij Arsalan II. Kilij Arsalan II thought of Greater Syria and wanted to find a guaranteed route to the Euphrates, so he used a soft, diplomatic approach. He sent an envoy to Damascus who met with Salah ad-Din and asked him for the fortresses of Ruban and Qaysum, which were south of Kilij Arsalan's territory. Ruban was a city on the border between Aleppo and Sumaysat, near the Euphrates, and was regarded as a major city. Qaysum was a village on the outskirts of Sumaysat. The envoy of Kilij Arsalan came to make this request on the basis that they had previously belonged to the Seljuks of Rome and had been annexed by his father Masud, but he had been forced to give them up to Nur-ud-Din Mahmud. This message angered and annoyed Salah ad-Din, who spoke harshly to Arsalan's envoy and even threatened Kilij Arsalan II. The envoy went back to Konya and told the Sultan what had happened. Kilij Arsalan got angry and attacked the fortress of Ruban in 575 Hijri, that is 1179 Common Era. This fortress was ruled by Shams ad-Din ibn al-Muqaddam on behalf of Salah ad-Din. Kilij Arsalan attacked it with a large force of several thousand men. When Salah ad-Din found out about it, he sent a force of 1,000 horsemen led by Al-Muzaffar Taqi ad-Din Umar ibn Shahinshah, ruler of Hama. He set out with his troops, and when he drew near the Seljuk camp, he went around it to reconnoiter, and it seemed to him that Arsalan's army was relaxed and unaware of danger. So he took advantage of this opportunity and left some of his troops around the camp with musical instruments, trumpets, and the like, whilst he and the other part of his troops prepared to launch a surprise attack on the camp. At the appointed time, he gave the signal for the musicians to start playing music and making sounds that created a loud noise like running feet. When the Seljuk soldiers heard this uproar, with the sounds of music and men running, the clash of iron and the galloping feet of horses all around the camp, they panicked and thought they were surrounded by a huge number of soldiers and were plunged into chaos. Then they began to flee, looking for escape, leaving behind their tents and loads. At that moment, they were ambushed by Al-Muzaffar Taqiyuddin Umar and his horsemen, who began killing and capturing them as they were fleeing heedless of everything. He took as booty all that they had left behind, but he took pity on the captives and let them go. Kilij Arsalan returned to Malatya with his tail between his legs. Second confrontation between Salahuddin and Kilij Arsalan II. 1 year after these events, the conflict between Salahuddin and Kilij Arsalan II resumed. This time, family issues were at the root of this conflict. Kilij Arsalan II had established political ties with the rulers of Hasan Kaf and reinforced these ties by giving his daughter Seljuka Khatun in marriage to Nuruddin Muhammad ibn Qara Arsalan, ruler of Hasan Kaf. Kilij Arsalan II gave him many fortresses adjacent to his land as a dowry. After a while, Nuruddin Muhammad fell in love with a singer, and he married her and neglected his Seljuk wife. She wrote and complained to her father, who sent word to him, either treat her well or divorce her. Nuruddin paid no heed. At that point, Kilij Arsalan II decided to launch a military campaign against Nuruddin Muhammad to teach him a lesson and capture his land. Nuruddin sought the help of Salahuddin, who sent word to Kilij Arsalan, asking him to give up his attempt against the Emirate of Hasan Kaf. However, he replied that he had given Nuruddin Muhammad a number of fortresses adjacent to his land when he gave his daughter to him in marriage, and he had behaved very badly with his daughter, so he had decided to take back those fortresses. Envoys went back and forth between the two men without achieving any results. So Salahuddin had no choice but to head towards Anatolia at the head of his army, to stand up to Kilij Arsalan II. He was joined by Nuruddin Muhammad and went to Tilbashir, which is a fortified citadel north of Aleppo. Then he marched on to Roban. When Kilij Arsalan II realized that Salahuddin had come, he feared defeat and immediately sent one of his senior assistants, the Amir Ikhtiyar ibn Afras, to explain the situation, and that he had no alternative but to discipline Nuruddin Muhammad for his behavior. This contact led to a meeting between the three parties. Nuruddin, Kilij Arsalan, and Salahuddin in Jamadiul Awwal, 576 Hijri, that is October 1180 Common Era. After extensive negotiations, Salahuddin insisted on his view and threatened to march on Malatya and the Seljuk lands if Kilij Arsalan persisted in teaching Nuruddin Muhammad a lesson. During his stay in the Ayubid camp, the Seljuk Amir had seen the strength of Salahuddin and the number of his weapons and mounts, and he was overwhelmed by it. Hence he made a concerted effort to explain the matter from a religious point of view. Salahuddin was finally convinced by his words, and they agreed that Nuruddin Muhammad would divorce the singer within a year, and that if he did not do that, then Salahuddin would cooperate with Kilij Arsalan II to fight him. All the emirs of Mosul and Diyarbakir, and the Artuks agreed to this deal. It seems that there was a two-party agreement on the side between Salahuddin and the Seljuk Emir, to the effect that Salahuddin would help the Seljuks in their war against the Armenians in Cilicia, who were attacking Seljuk lands. The evidence for this is that Salahuddin attacked the Armenian lands immediately after signing the deal and before going back to Syria. Whatever the case, this Ayubid Seljuk friction would reflect badly to some extent on the relationship between the two sides in the future, and was manifested in the alliances that were formed between Salahuddin and the Byzantine Emperor Isaac Angelos, and was manifested in the alliances that were formed between Salahuddin and the Byzantine Emperor Isaac Angelos on the one hand, and between Kilit Arsalan II and the Holy Roman Emperor Frederick Barbarossa on the other. Salahuddin's relationship with the Abbasid Caliphate. Salahuddin's relationship with the Abbasid Caliphate was never bad and never deteriorated to the level of enmity, although it may have grown cool on occasion. If we study Salahuddin, we see that he was connected to the Abbasid Caliphate because of his connection to the Zangids. The Zangid leader Nuruddin Mahmud loved the Abbasid Caliph al-Mustadi because he was convinced of the Sunni Aqidah. Hence he strove to support and respect the Caliph. The Caliph reciprocated these feelings by sending to Nuruddin the cloaks and symbols of authority, and encouraging the emirs in the provinces to support him against the Crusaders. Hence Salahuddin started on good terms with the Abbasid Caliphate when he was the vizier of the Fatimid Caliph al-Adid in 567 Hijri, that is 1171 Common Era. Salahuddin took an important step in his relationship with the Abbasids when he stopped Friday sermons in the name of the Fatimid Caliph, and established these sermons on the pulpits of Egypt in the name of the Abbasid Caliph, as an expression of his obedience and loyalty to the Abbasid Caliph. When Nuruddin Mahmud died and the Crusaders took advantage of the chaotic situation in Syria and attacked, Salahuddin sent word to the Abbasid Caliph, telling him of the political situation in Syria and the attack of the Crusaders on Muslim lands. He also told him of his efforts to put an end to the Fatimid Caliphate in Egypt, restoring Friday sermons in the name of the Abbasids, standing up to the Crusaders when they attacked Alexandria, and the reasons why he had annexed Yemen. After this lengthy letter in which he listed his achievements, which confirmed his support and loyalty to the Abbasid Caliph, Salahuddin requested the Caliph to bestow official authority upon him, including Egypt, the Maghrib, Yemen, Syria, and in all the lands that were ruled by Nuruddin, and in all the lands that Allah may grant in conquest to the Abbasid state by our swords, and those of our troops. Anyone whom we appoint as our successors, brother or son, will also be guaranteed the same from the Abbasids, that this blessing will continue and their authority will be reinforced. This letter from Salahuddin and its consequences contributed to the building of Salahuddin's state. The Caliph responded to his request and bestowed upon him the rule of Egypt and Syria. The Abbasid Caliph saw in him the character that would be necessary in the person who would fill the gap left by Nuruddin Mahmud after he died. This prompted him to acknowledge Salahuddin's authority because he had become, in his view, the only person who could defend the Muslims. This bestowal of authority, in addition to other factors, such as the Caliphate sending him the symbols of authority and recognition, whilst he was besieging Hama in 570 Hijri, that is 1174 Common Era, played a role in increasing Salahuddin's stature in the eyes of the Muslim emirs, and those of the Crusaders, who began to be worried about his ascent. This good relationship with the Abbasid Caliphate benefited Salah ad-Din in his conflict with the Muslim emirs, who were opposed to him and who had ambitions of gaining power, especially the Zengids. Hence he always kept the caliphs informed of his achievements and victories, and explained the motive behind his success as being his enthusiasm for the caliphate and his loyalty and sense of belonging to it, and his support for its continued existence. The relationship between Salah ad-Din and the Abbasid Caliphate at the time of the Caliph al-Mustadi was particularly strong. Death of the Caliph al-Mustadi bi Amrillah in 575 Hijri. Abu Muhammad al-Hasan ibn al-Mustanjid Billah Yusuf ibn al-Muqtafi Muhammad ibn al-Mustazhir Ahmad ibn al-Muqtadi al-Hashim al-Abbasi became caliph upon the death of his father in Rabiul Awwal, 566 Hijri. The swearing of allegiance to him was arranged by Adud ad-Din Abul Faraj, the son of the chief of chiefs, who appointed him as vizier on that day. He was a man of forbearance, deliberation, compassion, kindness, and charity. Ibn al-Jawzi noted in Al-Muntazam fi Tarikh al-Umam, allegiance was sworn to him, and there was a call for abolition of levies and restoration of rights. He showed justice and generosity such as we had never seen in our lifetimes, and he distributed a great amount of wealth to the Hashimis. Ibn al-Jawzi explained, during his caliphate, the Obadi state in Egypt fell. Friday sermons were given in his name there, and much good was done. The markets were closed for the celebration and tents were set up. I wrote a book called An-Nasr ala Misr, which means victory over Egypt, and presented it to Imam al-Mustadi. Friday sermons were given in his name in Yemen, Barqa, Tawzar, and the land of the Turks and kings submitted to his authority. He would summon Ibn al-Jawzi and tell him to preach so that he could hear him. He was inclined towards the Hanbali madhab. By means of his authority, Shi'ism was weakened in Baghdad and Egypt. The Sunnah prevailed and there was security. Al-Mustadi's sickness began at the end of Shawwal, 575 Hijri. His wife wanted to conceal it, but could not manage to do so, and there was great turmoil in Baghdad, in which the masses looted and plundered a great deal of wealth. On Friday 22nd Shawwal, the khutbah was given in the name of the heir Abul Abbas Ahmad ibn al-Mustadi, who became known as the Caliph an-Nasir li Dinillah. It was a great day on which gold was given to the khatibs and muazzins and those who were present when his name was mentioned on the minbar. His sickness with a fever began on the day of Eid al-Fitr and continued to worsen until he had been ill for a month, and he died at the end of Shawwal at the age of 39. His caliphate lasted for 9 years, 3 months, and 17 days. The caliph's body was washed and the funeral prayer was offered for him the next day. He was buried in Dar an-Nasr which he had built in accordance with his last wishes. He left behind 2 sons, the first of whom was his heir Abul Abbas Ahmad an-Nasir li Dinillah. The second was Abu Mansur Hashim, for whom many prominent people worked as vizier. Al-Mustadi had been one of the best caliphs, who enjoined what is good and forbade what is evil, relieved the people of levies and taxes, and protected them from innovations and evil doing. He was forbearing, dignified, and noble. May Allah be pleased with him, and bless him and make paradise his abode. Allegiance was sworn to his son An-Nasir, who became caliph after him. Salah ad-Din's relationship with the Abbasid Caliphate after al-Mustadi. The Abbasid Caliph al-Mustadi Billah died and was succeeded by his son Abul Abbas Ahmad. who took the title of Nasir li-Dinillah. Salahuddin swore allegiance to him and sent an envoy to Baghdad to offer condolences on the death of his father and to congratulate him on the occasion of his accession to the caliphate. During this same period, Saifuddin Ghazi I, ruler of Mosul, also died and was succeeded by his brother Izzuddin Masood I. Salahuddin wrote to the caliph asking him to keep his authority as it had been during his father's days. During this period, Saifuddin Ghazi I, ruler of Mosul, also died and was succeeded by his brother Izzuddin Masood I. Salahuddin wrote to the caliph asking him to keep his authority as it had been during his father's days. An-Nasir li-Dinillah responded to Salahuddin's request and sent Sheikh al-Shayukh Sadruddin Abul Qasim Abdur Rahman Shihabuddin Bashir al-Khadim with the new appointment and confirmation in Rajab, that is December, and gave him beautiful titles such as Al-Malik al-Ajal as-Sayyid, which means most majestic patron lord, Salahuddin, Nasir al-Islam, savior of Islam, Imad al-Dawlah, pillar of the state, Fakhr al-Millah, pride of the people, Safi al-Khilafa, purifier of the caliphate, Taj al-Muluk wa Salatin, crown of kings and sultans, Qami al-Kufrati wal Mushrikeen, resistor against unbelievers and polytheists, Qahir al-Khawarij wal Murtadeen and al-Mujahideen, which means powerful against the heretics for the Mujahideen. Al-Ghazi Yusuf ibn Ayub, may Allah keep him held in high esteem. He commanded him to fear Allah and adhere to regular prayer, to join prayers in congregation and frequent the mosque, to keep away from haram things, to treat people with kindness and justice, guard the borders, to strive in jihad against non-Muslim enemies, and to rely on religiously committed and decent people in running the affairs of the country. Then he reminded him of the obligation to show gratitude to the caliphate for the support and respect it had bestowed upon him. Salahuddin was reassured by the caliph's support, and his letter was well received. He wrote back to him saying, "Your servant says, praise be to Allah as much as the good deeds in Islam." The Abbasid state could not continue with the support of a man like Abu Muslim in the early days who showed support then turned away, and not by a man who came recently like Tughrul Beg, who also showed support then turned away. Your servant disavowed himself from anyone who disputed with the Caliph. He broke the idols of the Batiniya with his sword. Sermons were given in his name in all the lands belonging to him, and on all special occasions the sermon givers wore the symbols of the Abbasid state and flew its black flags. In return, the Caliph refused to give the black cloaks and turbans to any Amir who came under Salahuddin's rule, out of respect and appreciation for him, and so as to distinguish him from others. For example, in 578 Hijri, that is 1182 Common Era, he refused to give the Amir Jamaluddin Khushtarin, who had fled from Mosul and wanted to join Salahuddin, a black cloak and turban when he requested that. This is indicative of the Caliph's desire to maintain a good relationship with Salahuddin. Nevertheless, the Abbasid Caliph did not give him authority over the province of Mosul, although Salahuddin had sent a number of letters to Baghdad explaining that he needed to gain authority over the Emirate of Mosul. This request was not met, despite the fact that he was given authority over the Emirate of Amid in Diyarbakir. Mosul was regarded as very close to the borders of the Caliphate, which may have provoked the Caliph's fears. The historians say that the reason Caliph al-Nasir did not give him authority over Mosul may have been that he was worried about the expansion of Salahuddin's power to lands that were close to the caliphate, such as Mosul and Mesopotamia. During Salah ad-Din's conflict with Saif ad-Din Ghazi, the ruler of Mosul, Salah ad-Din responded to the caliph's wishes and withdrew from Sinjar. Salah ad-Din overlooked this attitude with a gentle remark to the caliph, but he continued to obey him, correspond with him, and inform him of his achievements and actions one by one, especially the Battle of Hattin, and he addressed him saying, "Your servant announces the news of this great victory." The caliph trusted Salah ad-Din and expressed his appreciation for his sincerity in the form of gifts that he sent to him after the conquest of Jerusalem. Amongst these gifts was a plaque on which were engraved some Quranic verses, which was to be placed above the gate of Jerusalem. Also engraved upon it was the following: "This victory was achieved at the hands of the reviver of his state, and the sword of his victory, the one who is obedient to him and sincere in his devotion, the mujahid who fights under his banner, Yusuf ibn Ayub, the supporter of Amir al-Mu'mineen." Rumor mongers tried to cause trouble between the Caliph and Salah ad-Din al-Ayyubi after the Battle of Hattin. This will be discussed in the appropriate place below, insha'Allah. Salah ad-Din's relationship with the Byzantine state. The Emperor Manuel Komnenos was one of the most hostile towards Salah ad-Din and the Muslims. He was an ally of the Crusaders, but when Andronikos Komnenos became emperor in 578 Hijri, that is 1182 Common Era, things changed. He formed a strong relationship with Salah ad-Din based on the common interest that they shared. His main enemies were the Seljuks, who had destroyed the Byzantine army in the Battle of Myriokephalon at the end of 571 Hijri, that is 1176 Common Era. The Byzantines also despised the Latin Crusaders and the Italians because of their domination of Byzantine affairs and economy, which made Andronikos Komnenos draw closer to Salah ad-Din. This rapprochement was aimed at preserving their common interests against the Latin Crusaders in general, and the Seljuks in particular. Western Europe regarded this close relationship as a violation of the religious ties between them and the Byzantines and a breaking of all traditions, because wars between the Islamic and Byzantine sides had been almost continual since the emergence of Islam. Despite this, Andronikos Komnenos and his successor Isaac II Angelos changed this policy and established ties with Salah ad-Din, the greatest enemy of the Crusaders. In fact, they both tried hard to destroy the Crusader principalities in the east. That was preceded by a personal rapprochement when Andronikos Komnenos was banished, after his dismissal as ruler of Cilicia in 1168 Common Era. He fled to Damascus, where he was received kindly by Nuruddin Mahmud. Andronikos Komnenos laid the foundation for this relationship when he sent his envoy to Salah ad-Din in 581 Hijri, that is 1185 Common Era, offering to form an alliance with him on several issues, the most important of which were: 1. Salah ad-Din was to show loyalty and support to Andronikos Komnenos as emperor. 2. Both sides were to cooperate against the Seljuks, and once Asia Minor was captured from the Seljuks, it was to be added to the empire's possessions. And 3. Andronikos Komnenos promised to help Salah ad-Din in his conflict against the Crusaders in Syria. Before Salah ad-Din could even respond to these conditions, however, Andronikos Komnenos was disposed and killed in Jamadius Sani, 581 Hijri, that is September 1185 Common Era, and Isaac II Angelos became emperor. who ruled from 1185 to 1195 Common Era. Salah ad-Din wanted to continue friendly relationships with the Emperor Isaac II Angelos in response to the latter's wish, as he thought it essential to maintain this relationship in order to confront his enemies, namely the Normans in Sicily, who were threatening the capital of Constantinople, the Crusaders in Syria, and the Seljuks in Asia Minor. So he confirmed the previous deal with Andronikos Komnenos after Salah ad-Din modified some of the conditions in a way that suited his strength and position and could not be matched by the declining power of the Byzantines. This agreement angered the Crusaders in the east, and Raymond, the Count of Tripoli, resorted to capture Alexius and putting him in prison. Alexius, the emperor's brother, had been traveling from Damascus to Constantinople and was still a guest of Salah ad-Din when he was passing through Acre in 582 Hijri, that is 1186 Common Era. The Emperor Isaac sought the help of Salah ad-Din and urged him to attack the Crusaders and put pressure on them to release his brother. The following year, the emperor attacked the island of Cyprus so as to reduce the pressure on Salah ad-Din, but the Byzantine forces were subjected to defeat and the Byzantine fleet was destroyed. In the meantime, Salah ad-Din attacked the Crusader kingdom of Jerusalem, taking advantage of events in order to achieve his primary goal, which was to strike the Crusaders. Salah ad-Din managed to conquer Jerusalem and the coastal cities. He released Alexius, who returned to Constantinople. After Salah ad-Din defeated the Crusaders, he sent messengers to the Byzantine emperor bearing gifts and telling him of the victories and successes that he had achieved. The emperor hosted Salah ad-Din's envoys in a palace in the center of the capital and renewed his alliance with Salah ad-Din. The emperor sent a similar message, and Salah ad-Din received the two Byzantine envoys in Zulqa'dah, 583 Hijri, that is 1188 Common Era, a few days after lifting the siege on Tyre, in the presence of his sons, emirs, and officials. In his letter, Isaac II Angelos praised Salah ad-Din for his efforts to secure the release of his brother and expressed his gratitude. Salah ad-Din asked the envoys about the situation in the empire, and perhaps the most important news that this delegation brought was that there had been a call for a new crusade in the west. Salah ad-Din was already aware of this news. Thus the sincerity of Isaac II became apparent. Salah ad-Din sensed that Isaac II was very upset by this news, and he wanted some guarantee of help from Isaac II whilst the Crusader campaign was crossing his land, since this was as the expected route for a land campaign from Europe. Hence, when the two Byzantine envoys returned home, he sent with them envoys of his own to negotiate with the emperor for a military alliance between the Ayubid and Byzantine states to confront the Crusader invasion. Among the gifts that Salah ad-Din sent to Isaac II Angelos was a minbar to be set up in the Mosque of Constantinople, with a request for him to ensure its maintenance and to keep Islamic rituals alive in the Byzantine capital. Likewise, Isaac II Angelos expressed his desire that care be taken of Greek rituals in the churches of Palestine. We will discuss the Ayubid-Byzantine relations during the Third Crusade in detail below. Insha'Allah. End of part 4 of chapter 7. Dear people watching and listening, Assalamu alaikum. Kindly like and share this video and subscribe to my YouTube channel. Please support my channel by contributing to my Patreon account so that I can continue making the audiobook series. Salahuddin al-Ayyubi, Volume 2, The Establishment of the Ayubid State. Start of Part 5 of Chapter 7. Salahuddin's relationship with the Crusaders before Hattin. Salahuddin aimed to unite Egypt and Greater Syria in order to achieve victory over the Crusaders. At the same time, he realized that resisting and engaging the Crusaders could not wait until complete union was achieved. Hence, he relied on a strategy of working on these two goals, the aim of unity and the aim of resisting the Crusaders, by making the most of any circumstances that might be helpful in resisting the Crusaders. In the midst of all that, Salahuddin did not neglect to follow certain strategies, including the following. He worked to increase fortifications in the areas under his control in Egypt and Syria. Whether that was by increasing his military forces and paying attention to their two sections, on land and on sea, or by working on building fortresses and citadels that would give him and his forces better protection, or make them lookout points where he could keep a watch on Crusader fortifications. So he paid attention to fortifying Cairo, Alexandria, and Damietta, and he built fortresses in Greater Syria, such as the citadel of Ajloun. For the same reason, he tried to gain control of the citadels and fortresses that were under Crusader control, and strove to prevent or block the Crusaders' efforts to build citadels and fortresses that could threaten Muslim areas. He strove to form agreements with anyone who could affect the Crusaders' supply line, and that would have a positive effect on the Islamic front economically and militarily. The focus in this regard was on the Italian merchant cities. He even resorted to entering into truces with some of the Crusaders in order to be able to focus on fighting others, taking advantage of the Crusaders' situation and the disputes between them, especially that between the Kingdom of Jerusalem and the County of Tripoli. Salahuddin took advantage of these truces in order to focus on completing military fortifications, or working to achieve complete unity, because circumstances did not allow him to fight on more than one front at the same time. In order to achieve this, Salahuddin benefited from circumstances that favored the interests of the Islamic front that was heading towards unity at a time when the Crusader front was on the decline, according to the historian Robert Bain. Salahuddin also benefited from the spirit of jihad, which began to take shape clearly from the time of Imad ad-Din Zangi and his son Nuruddin after him. When speaking of the battles that Salahuddin al-Ayyubi fought against the Crusaders during this period, we should realize that there were many battles in more than one location, but this stage did not reach the level of all-out war with the Crusaders. Several important battles were fought. Crusader raids against Salahuddin's possessions from 570 to 572 Hijri. The first task that Raymond III set for himself as regent of Jerusalem was to stop the growth of Salahuddin's power and prevent him from annexing Aleppo. Hence the Crusaders launched continuous raids on his possessions during the confrontation between him and the Zangids. These raids had little impact and were limited geographically, however, because the Crusaders themselves were in a state of turmoil. In Muharram 571 Hijri, that is 1175 Common Era, the Crusader king Baldwin IV took advantage of the fact that Salah ad-Din was distracted and had to cool things down in his conflict with the Crusaders in order to focus on fighting Saif ad-Din Ghazi, ruler of Mosul, so that he would not be fighting on two fronts at the same time, namely the Zangis in the north and east, and the Crusaders in the south and west. Therefore he renewed the truce with the Kingdom of Jerusalem, but the Crusaders broke the truce in the following year, in the midst of the ongoing conflict between Salah ad-Din and the Zangis. They attacked the lands that were under Salah ad-Din's control, and Raymond III, ruler of Tripoli, attacked the Bekaa region at a time when the royal army marched from the south, led by the king and Humphrey of Toron. It seems that Raymond III was defeated by Ibn al-Muqaddim, the emir of Baalbek, but the two Crusader armies joined together and confronted Shams ad-Dawlah Turan Shah, Salah ad-Din's brother and deputy in Damascus, at Anjar in the Bekaa. He had gone out to save Baalbek, but this confrontation was not decisive. Hardly had Salah ad-Din arrived from the north when the Crusaders withdrew from the area. He did not pursue them. He preferred to go back to Egypt, leaving his brother Turan Shah in Damascus. The Crusaders raid Homs and Hama. Undoubtedly, the Crusaders lost a golden opportunity to strike at Salah ad-Din in Egypt, at the time when he had not yet consolidated his position in northern Syria, because circumstances were ripe for them after the Byzantine emperor had put all his efforts into making the campaign succeed. Time would tell that this opportunity was one that would never be repeated for the Crusaders after that. The joint Crusader-Byzantine venture against Egypt had failed, but that did not prevent the Crusaders from benefiting from the Dutch campaign against the Muslim lands that were controlled by Salah ad-Din in Syria. On 4th Rabiul Awwal, 572 Hijri, that is 11th September 1176 Common Era, Salah ad-Din left Syria for Egypt after making a peace deal with Al-Malik Saleh Ismail, ruler of Aleppo. Baldwin IV took advantage of this opportunity and repeated his request to Philip of Alsace to attack the Muslim forces that were concentrated on the eastern borders of the principalities of Edessa and Tripoli. The latter agreed to his request. He left Jerusalem in Rabiul Thani, 573 Hijri, that was the end of October 1177 Common Era, heading north to help Raymond III, Count of Tripoli, and Bohemond III, Prince of Antioch, based on their request, as they viewed it possible to achieve something in the absence of Salah ad-Din. The king supplied 100 knights and 2,000 foot soldiers. One detachment of the army raided Homs, but was ambushed and lost all the booty it had acquired. In the meantime, Philip and Raymond III, with their forces, raided Hama, which almost fell, were it not that the Muslims stood firm in defending it and repelled them, frustrated, after a siege that lasted for 4 days without achieving anything. It seems that the drought which affected the area in that year was one of the reasons for this raid. In the letter which was written by Al-Qadi al-Fadil to be sent to Baghdad, and signed by Salah ad-Din, there is an indication to that effect. The disbelievers came out to Syria, breaking the deal that they had agreed to, and committing an act of blatant treachery, thinking that they would be able to finish off Syria, because it was suffering from drought, and they besieged Hama on Monday, 21 Jamadiul Awwal. Raid on Harim. Harim was a city located east of the Orontes, 12 miles from Antioch. The Prince of Antioch, Bohemond III, asked Philip of Alsace to launch an attack against the city of Harim, and promised to help him. So Philip headed towards Harim, accompanied by Raymond III. At that time, Harim was under the rule of Gumushtagin, the former Atabeg of al-Malik al-Saleh Ismail. It was in a state of internal turmoil because its people supported Gumushtagin, who was engaged in a dispute with al-Malik al-Saleh Ismail. Harim was besieged by the Crusaders at the beginning of Jamad-ul-Sani, that is November, whereupon the people of Harim forgot about their differences and resisted the siege, which lasted for 4 months. Their resistance was courageous. At the same time, the people of Aleppo started to launch raids on nearby Crusader lands. As-Saleh Ismail sent a detachment which penetrated the Crusader lines and joined the city garrison in Harim. At this time, Salah ad-Din set out from Egypt to attack the kingdom of Jerusalem, which had no one to defend it, and the Crusaders were afraid that the Aleppans would seek his help. They also decided to help the kingdom of Jerusalem, but al-Malik al-Saleh Ismail negotiated for a lifting of the siege in return for payment of a sum of money. He also warned them that he would hand the city over to Salah ad-Din, so the Crusaders ended their siege and failed to capture the city. The Battle of Ramlah. This battle was a bitter experience for Salah ad-Din, but perhaps he learned from it that it was a mistake to take on the Crusaders before achieving unity among the Muslims. By unifying the Muslims, he would gain access to a huge power that was willing to make sacrifices in order to destroy the potential enemy force, in addition to the fact that he would be able to move his army within a large area. Salah ad-Din had annexed a significant part of Greater Syria into his state, along with Egypt, since he headed to Damascus in 570 Hijri, that is 1174 Common Era. He had then annexed Homs, Hama, and Harim. Nevertheless, there was still a large area that lay beyond his authority. After Salah ad-Din returned to Egypt in 572 Hijri, that is 1176 Common Era, he decided to launch a campaign against the Crusaders. He set out from Cairo with 20,000 warriors in Jamadiul Awwal, 573 Hijri, that is November 1177 Common Era, and camped at the Egyptian city of Bilbis, 10 parasangs from the city of Pustat on the road to Syria. Then he headed towards the southern part of Palestine and camped at Ascalon, which was under Crusader occupation. There he managed to capture some Crusaders and issued orders that they be executed. Salah ad-Din did not encounter any resistance worth mentioning from the enemy, so his troops went about freely, raiding villages and collecting booty. Then Salah ad-Din gathered some of his troops and advanced with them towards the town of Ramlah, near the coast, which was one of the largest cities of Palestine at the time. They were faced with the river of Tel Safiya, so they spread out looking for a suitable place to cross it. Whilst they were doing so, a force of Crusaders attacked them before they could organize themselves. It seems that the Crusaders had been watching their movements and took them by surprise at the right time. Their leader was the infamous Renaud de Chatillon, who was supported in his mission by Baldwin III, King of Jerusalem. At that moment, there was no one with Salah ad-Din except a few of his emirs and troops, because most of them had gone off in pursuit of booty. The confrontations began and the troops of Salah ad-Din gathered and fought the Crusaders. Some of Salah ad-Din's commanders and close companions did well, especially Taqi ad-Din Umar and his son Ahmed, and Diya Isa al-Hakari and his brother Zahir ad-Din. They were taken captive and remained in captivity for 2 years. Then Salah ad-Din ransomed al-Faqih Isa for 60,000 dinars. Taqi ad-Din Umar went forward and began to fight courageously before his uncle, and killed a number of crusaders. Then his son Ahmed went forward and showed a great deal of courage, killing a number of the enemy, and returned to his father. His father told him to go back again, saying to him, "Go back, Ahmed, for going back into battle is good." So he went back and fought them and was martyred. Despite their bravery, the Muslims could not withstand the attack. Salah ad-Din spoke of the defeat and how the change in the position of the troops and the flanks of the army led to this regrettable outcome. At the time when the enemy came close, some soldiers thought that the right flank should move to the left, and the left flank to the core, so that the hill in Ramlah would be behind them and not in front of them. Whilst they were busy doing this, the enemy attacked them. Reasons for the defeat in the Battle of Ramlah. There were several factors that led to the defeat of the Ayubid forces in this battle. 1. The Crusaders surprised the Ayubid army at the right time, whilst they were dispersed and before they could organize themselves. 2. This surprise attack led to confusion in the ranks and flanks of the Ayubid army, and the scattering of their commanders, so they resorted to individual combat, which was of no benefit in that situation. 3. Salah ad-Din disappeared from sight until it was thought that he had been killed. And 4. The Ayubid army was far from its supply lines and cut off from supplies and water. What confirms the extent of this great loss that befell the Ayubid army in this battle was what the historian said about this defeat. It was a setback which Allah compensated only with the Battle of Hattin. In this battle, most of those who were with Salah ad-Din were killed, wounded, or captured, but amazingly he emerged unscathed. After the defeat was complete, one of the Crusaders charged at him and got so close that he almost reached him, but the Crusader was killed in front of him. The Franks piled up against Salah ad-Din and he fled, marching a little then pausing, so that his troops could catch up with him, until night fell. He traveled by land and continued with a small group until he reached Egypt. They met with a great deal of hardship along the way. They began to run out of food and water, and their mounts died from hunger, thirst, and being ridden too fast. On the way to Egypt, Salah ad-Din vanished from sight, which created fear in the ranks. Al-Qadi al-Fadil set out with some of his companions to look for him, and he sent them into the middle of the desert until they found him and helped him with the supplies that they were carrying. Then the caravan reached Cairo in the middle of Jamadi Sani, 573 Hijri, that is December 1175 Common Era. But news of his being safe and sound had reached Cairo on fast camels, before he himself arrived, so as to put a stop to anyone who might be thinking of rebelling against his rule, especially the supporters of the Fatimids. In order to confirm that he was still alive, when he arrived in Cairo, carrier pigeons carried the good news to all parts of Egypt, to put people's minds at rest. The Battle of Ramlah was a hard experience for Salah ad-Din. He apparently learned a great deal from it in later confrontations, as it was the first and last major defeat for him and his forces at the hands of the Crusader commanders. Salah ad-Din realized another fact that had to do with this battlefront against the Crusaders, which was that the supply lines between his base in Cairo and the plains of Palestine were too long. There was too much difficulty involved in maintaining them, and there was too little water and vegetation there. This fact was well known to him. His emirs and Al-Qadi al-Fadil, as mentioned in the letter that he had sent to the Caliphate 3 years previously, when he asked to be given official authority in all of Greater Syria in addition to Egypt. We will not be able to prevail over the enemy from Egypt with the great distance and the lack of cities. the mounts on which we rely for jihad will be exhausted. On the other hand, if we stay here, there is a clear interest that will be served by that, and the benefit will be immense. There is enough power and the country is close by. Launching campaigns will be possible. Supplies will be simple. The horses will be rested. The troops will be great in number and opportunities will be available. The Battle of Ramlah confirmed the soundness of this way of thinking. And from that time, Salah ad-Din decided to move his permanent base, after rebuilding his military and political strength, to Damascus. Its military forces, some of which he had inherited from Nur-ud-Din, and its emirs like his, had lengthy experience in confronting the Crusader forces, and had better knowledge of the local geography, in addition to having short communications and supply lines, in contrast to the length of these lines for the enemy. As the base aim of his military operations in the future was to liberate Jerusalem and recapture the lands which were under Crusader domination, Damascus was the most suitable main base for such operations. Hence Salah ad-Din made it his permanent base and did not leave it for Egypt except to check on the situation in the latter. The Battle of Til al-Qadi. Salah ad-Din remained in Egypt for a few months after the Battle of Ramlah, until he was certain that everything was under his control. Then he left and headed for Damascus, where he arrived on Saturday 24 Shawwal, 574 Hijri, that is April 1179 Common Era, and he stayed there for the rest of that year. All the battles that occurred during that time were no more than a few raids, and repelling a few attacks. In fact, Salah ad-Din was fully focused on the siege of Baalbek, after its rulers, Muhammad ibn Abd al-Malik, who was known as Ibn al-Muqaddim, refused to give it up to Saleh Turan Shah, the brother of Salah ad-Din. All the while, he did not ignore the fortress of Makhadat al-Ahsan, and he told his emirs that if the Crusaders finished building it, we will besiege it and destroy it, down to its foundations. After he had finished with Baalbek, he turned his attention to the fortress and asked the Crusaders to knock it down. In return, they asked him to pay them the costs they had incurred in building it. He offered them 60,000 dinars. Then he raised it to 100,000, but they rejected this offer. It so happens that in Dhul-Qa'dah 574 Hijri, that is April 1179 Common Era, Baldwin IV attacked some Muslim shepherds who had gone out to graze their flocks in the fields near Banyas, and Humphrey of Toron joined him in that. Salah ad-Din sent a military force, led by his nephew Izz-ad-Din Farrukh Shah, to find out what had happened, and they engaged with the enemy near Shaqi Farnoon, and defeated him. The king was only able to escape due to the courage of Humphrey, who was wounded in the battle and died afterwards as the result of his wounds. His death was a great loss for the Crusaders. Salah ad-Din had left Damascus when he heard news of the victory, and went to lay siege to the fortress of Al-Ahsan, but he limited his action to attacking its garrison, because it was so strongly fortified that he had to lift the siege after a few days. At that point, Al-Qadi camped in the plain of Marja Ayun, west of Banyas, and sent the troops to raid the Galilee and Lebanon, and destroy the crops in the lands between Tyre and Beirut. These raids angered Baldwin IV, who thought that he should put a stop to them, so he gathered his forces and set out to confront the Muslims, calling Raymond III of Tripoli to help him. He knew that Farrukh Shah was coming back from the coast with a great deal of booty, so he moved northwards to intercept him in the valley of Marja Ayun, between the Litani River and the upper part of the Jordan. Salah ad-Din saw his movements, but whilst the Crusader king was engaged with Farrukh Shah, Raymond III and the Templars were coming towards the Jordan River, and at the entrance to the valley, they caught Salah ad-Din unawares. The Templars immediately hastened to engage in fighting, but Salah ad-Din stood firm in battle, and the military plans that he had implemented gave him the opportunity to launch a counterattack and achieve victory. The Crusaders turned tail and fled, not caring about anything. When they reached the royal army, panic spread through the ranks and they were compelled to go back. Then they began to flee. Many of them were free, would be able to summon troops from different regions, and they would rally around him. This would make his mission more difficult, especially since a group of French knights had arrived in the kingdom at that point on a pilgrimage, led by Henry II of Champagne, which renewed the Crusaders' hopes and raised their morale. Instead of attacking Jerusalem, he attacked the fortress of Al-Ahzan in Rabiul Awwal, that is April, and after a siege lasting 5 days, he managed to breach its walls and destroy it completely, leveling it to the ground. He also raided the coastal areas, that are Tyre, Sidon, and Beirut, and his fleet attacked the city of Acre and destroyed the ships that were moored there. Truce between Salah ad-Din and Baldwin IV. The Crusader losses increased, and Baldwin IV was very upset by the Muslim victories, but he had no choice but to ask for a truce. Indeed, Salah ad-Din responded to Baldwin's request for a truce between them for his own reasons. 1. He wanted to annex Aleppo under his authority, before directing a decisive blow against the Crusaders. At the same time, he wanted to protect himself from Crusader attacks whilst he was attacking Aleppo. 2. He also wanted to launch an attack against Armenia. 3. He wanted to build a relationship with Kilij Arslan II, Sultan of the Seljuks of Rome, so that he could get him on his side, or at least ensure that he was neutral between him and the Crusaders. And 4. He wanted to focus on attacking the Principality of Tripoli. News had reached him that there had been contact between the Crusaders and the Byzantines, aimed at forming a new alliance between them. The Byzantine fleet had attacked Tartus, which was a town on the Syrian coast on the outer edge of the environs of Damascus. Salah ad-Din conquered an island in the sea nearby called Arwad, so Raymond was forced to make a truce with him, and asked to join him and become one of his allies, because of his dispute with the Kingdom of Jerusalem, which had led to him being deposed and expelled. As for Baldwin, he was exhausted as were his troops, because of their many confrontations with Salah ad-Din. Hence he wanted a truce because he needed to reorganize his troops and find new allies. The period of the truce between them was set at 2 years, and it seems that during the period leading up to the truce, Salah ad-Din had aimed at raiding the Crusaders in order to lead to a truce, to buy him time to build up and strengthen the Muslim ranks. Salah ad-Din and the thief knight, Renaud de Chatillon. Salah ad-Din benefited from the truce which he signed with the ruler of the Kingdom of Jerusalem, and moved his military activities to areas confronting the Crusaders in northern Syria. There were some successful sea raids against the Principality of Tripoli, which led to the Crusaders, under the leadership of Raymond III, making a truce with Salah ad-Din that lasted for 5 years, from 1180 to 1185 Common Era. Salah ad-Din benefited from his military and political achievements by focusing on his main goal, which was to unite Syria. He started his campaigns, which we have referred to, against the region of Mosul, and followed that with the siege of Aleppo and gaining control of that city. Whilst Salah ad-Din's forces were besieging Aleppo, the Muslim forces in Egypt were carrying out successful military operations on the southernmost front in the region of Darum, between Gaza and Egypt. These battles in general proved that the most the Crusader front could do in this location was defend some of the areas under its control, and it lost the ability to attack when compared with its situation before the emergence of Salah ad-Din al-Ayyubi. The exception to that was the raids carried out by the Crusader ruler of Iraq, Reynaud of Chatillon, who was regarded as coming under the authority of the Kingdom of Jerusalem. Reynaud was known as the Thief Knight even to the Franks, because he was not one of the type of knights who cared for their honor and adhered to the principles of knighthood. He was good for nothing but plunder, robbery, treachery, and launching raids against innocent Muslims. Some European historians described him as an example of the thief knight of his era. He was a man of greed, treachery, savagery, and blind fanaticism. The 15 years that he spent as a prisoner in Aleppo did not alter his behavior or discipline him. The historian Abu Shammah described him as the most treacherous, most evil, and vilest and basest of the Franks, the one most likely to break confirmed covenants and vows. Reynaud ignored the truce that he had made between Salah ad-Din and the Kingdom of Jerusalem, and set out at the head of his forces, penetrating deep into the Arabian desert as far as Taima. His intention was to march from Taima to Medina to capture the holy places. But Farrukh Shah, the nephew of Salah ad-Din and his deputy in Damascus, hastened to launch a campaign in Jordan and the environs of Iraq, and plundered the region. Reynaud returned to his principality to defend it, but not before plundering a large Muslim caravan, which was heading from Damascus between them, and demanding that he force Reynaud to return what he had plundered. King Baldwin IV was very annoyed with Reynaud too, so he sent word demanding that he return what he had plundered from the Muslims, and release their prisoners. But Reynaud mocked his master, the ailing king, and refused to heed his orders. Reynaud's campaigns were not in the Crusaders' interests with regarding to timing, as they came at a time when Salah ad-Din's strength was increasing, and the Kingdom of Jerusalem and other Crusader principalities were suffering from chronic internal problems with no solution. Seeds of doubt were sprouting between the ruler of the Kingdom of Jerusalem, Baldwin IV, and Bohemond III, ruler of Antioch, and Raymond III, ruler of Tripoli. In addition to that, these attacks came at a time when the Kingdom of Jerusalem was faced with problems concerning the health of Baldwin IV and the issue of succession. On the external front, Salah ad-Din's relationship with the Italian cities and with the ruler of the Byzantine Empire, Alexius Komnenos II, was growing stronger. Moreover, these campaigns of Reynaud served to confirm the failure of the Kingdom of Jerusalem to control the lands belonging to it, as Reynaud was supposed to be under the authority of the Kingdom of Jerusalem. Yet he did not adhere to the truce between the kingdom and Salah ad-Din. In addition to that, Reynaud's campaigns and the threat that they posed to the holy places had a positive impact on the Islamic front, as this conduct on Reynaud's part made the allied Muslim forces in Greater Syria and Mesopotamia stand with Salah ad-Din. Salah ad-Din began to focus on punishing Reynaud for his criminal activities against the merchant and pilgrim caravans. He set out to besiege Iraq more than once. In 580 Hijri, that is 1184 Common Era, Hijri, that is 1187 Common Era, as well as carrying out Muslim military operations on the northern front in the region of Tiberias in 583 Hijri, that is 1187 Common Era. These developments took place when the Islamic front was now united after the treaty was signed with the ruler of Mosul, and the Crusader front had been suffering from internal problems, which worsened after the death of Baldwin IV and assumption of power by Baldwin V in 1185 Common Era. He died 1 year later, as the result of which the Kingdom of Jerusalem entered a period of conflict over the succession to the throne, in which the Count of Tripoli, Raymond III, took part. Suspicions arose concerning the death of Baldwin V. Was it a natural death, or had those who harbored ambitions for the crown of the Kingdom of Jerusalem been behind this death? It was suggested that he had died as a result of being poisoned. The matter reached such a point that the Crusaders formed two opposing camps concerning the issue of who should inherit the throne of the Kingdom of Jerusalem. One group supported Guy of Lusignan and his rule of Jerusalem. Another group opposed his rule and was led by Raymond III of Tripoli and Bohemond III of Antioch. In this confusing internal situation on the Crusader front, which contrasted with the unity and strength on the Muslim side, the ruler of Iraq, Renaud, stirred up trouble with the Muslims. He went back to his old ways of not adhering to truces and covenants. He attacked a merchant caravan that was traveling between Damascus and Cairo, plundered what it was carrying, and took the merchants and guards captive. Salah ad-Din failed to persuade Renaud to hand over the prisoners or return the plunder. Similarly, the efforts of the King of Jerusalem to force Renaud to hand over what he had plundered from the caravan and to release the captives were unsuccessful. This led to a strong Muslim reaction on the part of Salah ad-Din, which led to the Battle of Hattin and its consequences, which we will discuss below, insha'Allah. End of part 5 of chapter 7. Dear people watching and listening, Assalamu alaikum. Kindly like and share this video and subscribe to my YouTube channel. Please support my channel by contributing to my Patreon account so that I can continue making the audiobook series. Salahuddin al-Ayyubi, Volume 2, The Establishment of the Ayubid State. Part of Part 6 of establishing a united front was based on his direct leadership in a number of matters, as well as relying on the Ayubid military institution that he had founded. A. He used to issue decrees granting security to all those who had surrendered without fighting, on condition that the troops would be won at warning phrases into the resisting fortresses, to force their people to seek surrender, after creating psychological turmoil in their ranks. C. Salahuddin would demonstrate to the strongly fortified city that he had come to live nearby and that he was intending to settle in the vicinity after besieging it without launching a direct attack on it. This prompted those inside the fortress or city to ask for security or strive to reach a peace deal so as to make Salahuddin's huge forces move away from the city, because if they stayed, they would cause a great deal of harm. This is what happened at the third siege of Mosul in 581 Hijri. D. In some cases, Salahuddin offered concessions and gave large amounts of money to the emirs of some fortresses as a way of taking over their fortresses without fighting, as happened when he besieged the fortress of Harim and Mayfiriqin. And E. In other cases, Salah ad-Din resorted to political means. He formed alliances with some emirs to weaken his opponent and force him to seek terms of surrender. Salah ad-Din used this method when he formed an alliance with Imad ad-Din, the emir of Sinjar, aimed at weakening Izz-ad-Din Masud, the emir of Mosul. By means of these methods, and by resorting to warfare in some other cases, Salah ad-Din was able to achieve unity and make preparations to begin the liberation stage. Salah ad-Din's efforts to unite the Muslims. The general characteristics of Salah ad-Din's efforts to unite the Muslims included the following. A. Generosity with wealth, which he regarded as insignificant. This is clearly seen in the large amounts that he gave to his followers, to the delegations who came to see him, and to those who surrendered to his rule, or to whom he promised to give. His letting off the countries he conquered of all past debts and taxes, and abolishing the levies and unjust taxes, apart from the taxes that are permitted in Sharia. Undoubtedly, this played a role in attracting people to join his ranks and silencing his opponents. B. His tolerant attitude. He fought those who opposed him in order to form a united front. When he defeated them, he did not allow anyone to pursue them or to kill their wounded. He released their prisoners, and sometimes showed tolerance towards those he knew were his enemies. He did not show any animosity towards them. He overlooked their aggression, even though he was well aware of it, because he wanted them to become his allies after being his opponents. C. His deep Islamic faith. This was not only represented in his acts of worship, but also in his belief that jihad was an obligation, first for himself and also for others, so he did not accept anything but urging them to engage in it. D. Leaving emirates under the control of their emirs, or giving them to his commanders and those who were close to him, or even to his opponents on occasion, because after he took control of Egypt, he only needed rulers to supply him with troops when called upon. This is what explains his compromises and diplomatic negotiations, and his granting security to those who opposed him. E. Among the Zangid family in particular, and the other emirs of Nuruddin in general, there did not appear any person other than him who had the strength and ability to maintain the principles according to which Nuruddin and his father before him had operated. And F. As well as trying to win the support of the Muslim masses, he also sought to win the approval of the Abbasid Caliph, who he still believed was the source of spiritual legitimacy for all Muslims. He sent him letters one after another concerning different situations, sometimes explaining them, and sometimes accusing his opponents, or asking permission, or giving glad tidings, but never stopping. From all of that we may understand that Salah ad-Din's strength was the result of the strong bond between him and the Muslim masses through his deeds and jihad, and his standing by and defending the masses' demands, by defending their religion and beliefs and confronting the invaders. Salah ad-Din fought with some Muslim rulers, but he only fought them because of their selfishness and focus on their own personal interests and authority. He spent 12 years, from 570 to 582 Hijri, that are 1174 to 1186 Common Era, establishing a united Islamic front. Throughout this period, his ambitions were much greater than his physical strength as he was sick. He was a military giant, but a mass of physical illness, but his love of jihad made him forget his pain and overlook it. Two who strove for unity and liberation. From the events we have discussed, We can easily see that the character of Nuruddin and the character of Salahuddin complemented one another in their efforts to unite the Ummah in jihad and liberation. Allah enabled them to do that, and Salahuddin, may Allah have mercy on him, who was one of the commanders and emirs of Nuruddin Mahmud, came to complete Nuruddin's plan to unite the Muslim Ummah in faith and loyalty towards Allah and His Messenger, sallallahu alaihi wasallam, and those who believe, and in disavowal of the enemies of Allah and His Messenger, sallallahu alaihi wasallam, and the Muslims, and to fight the Crusaders and expel them from the Muslim lands. He revived the Ummah in terms of knowledge, Sharia and Jihad. He established a system of Quranically prescribed punishments, retaliatory sanctions and disciplinary punishments, and put an end to injustice and corruption. Then after he had made preparations and united the Ummah, he embarked on jihad in Syria, Egypt, the Hijaz, Iraq and Yemen, to attack and expel the Franks from the Muslim lands. Salahuddin al-Ayyubi, may Allah be pleased with him, stated that he acquired a great deal of the character and attitude of Nuruddin, especially his justice in ruling and his jihad. He said concerning the justice of Nuruddin and how he adopted that from him, commenting on the fairness of Nuruddin towards the one who mistreated him. That is the right thing, and any act of justice you see on our part, we learn from him. Abu Shammah said concerning the complementary nature of the two characters, by Allah, how good these two kings were! They came one after the other with good conduct and pure hearts. One was Hanafi and the other Shafi'i. May Allah heal by means of them everyone who is ailing. Nuruddin was the root of all that goodness. By means of his justice and sheer character he established security throughout his land, despite the prevalence of evil and injustice, and he gained control of the lands that he needed to be able to continue his jihad. Thus it became easier for the one who succeeded him to complete the course. But Salahuddin's achievements in jihad were greater. He reached more lands and showed patience and perseverance, and Allah kept for him the greater victory, namely the conquest of the Holy Land. May Allah be pleased with them both. As the poet said, how much the former left for the latter to do. Imad ad-Din al-Khatib said of Nuruddin and Salahuddin, they renewed Islam after it had declined, and strengthened it after it had grown weak. Then Allah supported Islam after they were gone with al-Malik at-Tahir Rukn ad-Din. Uniting the Ummah by force. Events showed that the Muslims at the beginning of the Crusades were divided. They were a collection of conflicting states and warring emirates. Then Nuruddin Zangi came and united the Ummah in jihad, and by highlighting the Sharia evidence that they should be united, cling to the rope of Allah, and come together to fight the Crusaders so as to purify the holy places. Events demonstrated that uniting the Ummah was not just a matter of wishful thinking or what people wanted to see. Rather, it went beyond that and was manifested in the lives of rulers who were sincere believers in Allah and desired with all their hearts to unite the Ummah. This desire was translated into reality by means of hard work on the part of these rulers and constant striving in which lives and wealth were expanded. It went even further than that, using methods of might and war against all those who called for division and separation. Without that, unity cannot be established. In the light of this brief introduction, we find nothing strange in the fact that Nuruddin Mahmud ibn Imad ad-Din Zangi and the Zangid dynasty in general, as well as the Ayubid dynasty, foremost among whom was Salahuddin al-Ayyubi, carried the banner of unity and united the Ummah to stand as one unit in the face of its invading enemies. They united the Ummah in jihad for the sake of Allah and did their utmost to unite them. They fought a bitter fight and fought many battles to gain control of the land and force its emirs to unite. Their approach was as clear as the sun at midday. It was a strict approach with no compromise and no backing down. Either respond to the call for unity or be toppled from authority. In 580 Hijri, before Hattin and before the liberation of Jerusalem, Salah ad-Din delivered an address to Zain ad-Din Yusuf ibn Zain ad-Din Ali Kujak, ruler of Irbil and its environs and citadels, in which he said, Allah has given us power in the land and enabled us to support the truth and cause it to prevail, which is a duty. We gave precedence to the obligation of jihad for the sake of Allah, and we showed the path to achieving that. Thus we fight the enemies of the faith and support its followers. We call upon the friends of Allah throughout the Muslim lands to fight his enemies, and unite to make the word of Allah supreme in his land, so that we can gain his support. Whoever helps us to achieve this obligation and attain this virtue will gain a great deal of reward on the basis of good deeds, and whoever clings to the earth and follows his own vain desires. Mentioned in the Holy Quran, chapter 7, verse 176, and turns away from the truth of his religion by focusing on the falsehood of this world. If he repents and turns back, we will accept him. But if he persists in his misguidance, we will impose restrictions on him and remove him. Here we see history repeating itself. The Muslims are not united and do not have a single state ruling them. Rather, they are divided into small groups and have ended up in a situation that is worse than that at the time of the Crusades, under discussion here. Their lands are plundered by their enemies and their resources do not belong to them. Rather, the curricula and laws of their enemies are imposed on them. Islam enjoins those who call for unity to fight those who promote division, and force them to unite, until Allah takes them away and brings others who are better than them, and Allah has no need of the worlds. Unity is a popular demand, and no separatist ruler can stand against it. When the ruler of Damascus refused to receive Salah ad-Din because he did not want to unite and fight the Crusaders, the people of Damascus did not accept this attitude. They welcomed Salah ad-Din and his army, and influence passed into the hands of Salah ad-Din, the Mujahid, and those who were with him. The Mamluk Sarkhak, ruler of the citadel of Harim, in the environs of Aleppo, refused to hand the citadel over to Salah ad-Din al-Ayubi, who had corresponded with him concerning that for the purpose of uniting the Muslim forces to fight the Crusaders, but instead he sent word to Crusaders, seeking their protection against Salah ad-Din. The troops who were with him heard that he was corresponding with the Crusaders, and feared that he would hand it over to them. So they seized him and imprisoned him, and sent word to Salah ad-Din, asking him to grant them safety and to come to them. He responded to their request, and they handed the fortress over to him. The importance of unity between Egypt and Syria. The union between Egypt and Syria had a good impact on the Muslims. This formed a broad and strong war front and popular base to confront the Crusaders, if they wanted to attack any territory in Egypt or Syria. If any city in Egypt was attacked, the Syrian armies could help the region under attack, either by sending the Syrian army to fight alongside the Muslims in Egypt, or by the Syrian army attacking another front against the Crusaders, so as to divide their forces and thus reduce the pressure on their brethren. Similarly, If any aggression occurred against any territory in Syria, the Egyptian army could lend support to their brothers in Syria. The life of Salah ad-Din shows how the Egyptian army cooperated with the Syrian army in confronting the Crusaders, especially in capturing Ascalon and other coastal cities, or defending them. Salah ad-Din was able to achieve unity sometimes by diplomatic means, and sometimes by use of threats. On some occasions, he used limited military action to unite Egypt, Syria, and a larger part of the land east of the Euphrates that was under his rule, and he compelled all other forces as far as the Persian border to participate in the jihad against the Crusaders. He accomplished that without slowing down the jihad, as offensive military operations continued under his own leadership, or that of his commanders from his main base in Damascus. Al-Qadi al-Fadil and his efforts in uniting the Ummah. Al-Qadi al-Fadil was the great and influential scholar in Salah ad-Din's state. Salah ad-Din would consult him and not do anything without him, or conceal from him any idea that he had in mind. Al-Qadi al-Fadil's pen achieved propaganda, political and intellectual victories for the Ayubid state, whether in correspondence with the Abbasid Caliph as we have seen, or in correspondence with the Muslim Ummah on the occasion of Hajj. Salah ad-Din would delegate to him administrative, social, economic and security missions in Egypt, and he would do them in the best manner. He corresponded with him and consulted him on many matters. Al-Qadi al-Fadil's missive to Salah ad-Din. There follow some details of the letters that Al-Qadi al-Fadil sent to Salah ad-Din when he was in Syria. The walls of Cairo. With regard to the walls of Cairo, in accordance with His Highness's instructions, work was resumed and the edifice rose. The wall follows the route that leads to the coast at Al-Muqaddam. May Allah grant long life to His Highness, so that he may see it curving like a shield around the two cities. A wall, rather a bracelet adorning Islam. The Amir Bahad-Din Karakush is following up on that himself, and with his men, focusing on what he wants to achieve, unlike others. Even though he has many burdens, he does not burden others. On the transferring of the position of judge from Sharaf ad-Din ibn Abi Asrun to his son, when he lost his sight. This matter can only lead to one of two things. May Allah choose for His Highness the best option in this difficult situation, with which no other Muslim king has been faced, either leaving it in the father's name, so that his opinion, advice and blessing will still be available, and his son may act as his deputy, on condition that they be punished for the first mistake they make, and be dismissed for the first problem that arises. For how often does the love of competition lead to acquiring righteous deeds? Or delegating the matter to Imam Qutubuddin, for he is one of the remaining prominent sheikhs, the best of companions, and no one should be given precedence over him in any city, except one who is of a higher standing than him. The justification for delaying jihad. With regard to His Highness's regret for times past when he did not engage in the obligation, that is jihad, for which he left home but never-ending obstacles came in his way, His Highness had good intentions. Doesn't Allah know best about His slave? He will not ask the doer about the completion of his deed, because that is not under his control. But he will ask him about his intention, because that is the basis of good deeds. And he will ask the one who has the ability to do good deeds about doing those deeds that were within his means. If His Highness is preparing for jihad and clearing all obstacles in order to reach his goal, then he is in a state of obedience, and it is a blessing from Allah if it takes a long time, and he still has the hope of reaching his goal and attaining reward commensurate with the hardship involved. Hajj is a great blessing because of the effort and long distance involved. If His Highness were able to achieve great victories in a few days and settle the matter between the Muslims and the enemies of Islam, then the effort of jihad would come to an end, and the scrolls recording the righteous deeds earned by watching and waiting would be rolled up. With regard to the Sultan's sons, before we give our answer concerning the seasons, we start, as is our habit, and may that habit never cease, by giving glad tidings of sound health and well-being. With regard to His Highness's children, may Allah cause them to receive good news about His Highness, and him to receive good news about them, and hasten his meeting with them and theirs with him. They are, praise be to Allah, the delight and adornment of this world, the fragrance and beauty of life. The heart that can put up with separation from them must be a big heart. A heart that is content just to hear news of them must be content indeed. A king who has the patience to stay away from them must be a king of great resolve. The blessing of Allah concerning them is indeed a blessing that makes life full of joy. Doesn't His Highness long to be surrounded by their pearls? Doesn't his eye long to have the joy of beholding them? In another letter he said, "The kings, Salahuddin's sons, are in good shape, safe and sound. May they continue to be so, and they have the dignity of authority. May it never depart from them. Each one of their highness is a master. The necklace is all pearls and they all have precedence. None of them, praise be to Allah, would change what Allah has blessed them with of good health, well-being, soundness and protection. May Allah extend the life of His Highness until He sees of their development what their grandfather saw of his household, knights of brilliant valor and kings of Islam, stars of the earth, offspring of one another. In this world and in the hereafter, they are knights of power and purity on the day of battle and on the day they appear before Allah." Speaking out against evil. What is enjoined with regard to obvious evils is removing their causes, closing the doors that led to them, arranging marriage for every divorced woman, and purifying everyone who has committed evil. Allah will grant His Highness the reward of one who got angry in order to please Him, and forced people to follow the way and manners of the Sharia. Waiving taxes and levies for pilgrims. Among the glad tidings the like of which neither the pilgrims nor rulers of Egypt were used to achieving, or attaining the reward thereof, was keeping the levy collectors out of Jeddah and the rest of the coastal areas. How often Allah has blessed His creation with provisions at the hands of His Highness, which is more than what is due. It is more appropriate for His Highness to appreciate his position, because he is in charge of these two holy sanctuaries that do not receive help from those who are able to help. The one who is truly deprived is the one who is able to do something good concerning them but wastes that opportunity by not hastening to do so. It is no secret to His Highness how the Franks care for Jerusalem and protect it by land and sea, with warships and mounts, when far away and when near, and how they come together to protect it and hasten to support its people with their lives and wealth. Allah forbid that they should be doing the right thing when they are misguided, and that we should do the wrong thing and not help the people there when we are able to do so. At the beginning of Rajab, your servant, meaning himself, is planning by Allah's will to travel to the Hijaz to fulfill the obligation of Hajj in word and deed. Those who are going for Hajj this year are hoping that the standing in Arafah will occur on a Friday. As a result of the waiving of the levy, innumerable people are coming, and His Highness will be a partner in their reward. May you enjoy this fact that kings cared about their own houses, but they ended up in ruins, whereas His Highness cared about the house of Allah. So by Allah's generosity, He cares about the house of His Highness. How kings will be ashamed before the Prophet sallallahu alaihi wasallam for falling short in taking care of the visitors to Allah's house in this year. This Hajj was in 574 Hijri. In 576 Hijri, Al-Qadi al-Fadil asked Salahuddin for permission to do Hajj, and the Sultan agreed to that, and wrote to him at the top of the page in the same lines as the Bismillah, "May Allah be with you. Would that I could be with you, for I would have attained a great reward." According to one report, the Sultan Salahuddin responded to Al-Qadi al-Fadil's request in writing, and said, commenting on his first Hajj in 574 Hijri, "I received the letter of Al-Qadi al-Fadil in which he says that he is intending to do Hajj. May Allah bless it. He should not go by sea, rather he should go from the camp to Ayla, and then continue. He may stay in Ayla for one night, and in Iram for one night or less than a night, and Qati Iram for one night. Then he will be far away from crusader danger, and there will no longer be any fear for him, insha'Allah. Secondly, take hold of his hand and make him swear that he is not going to settle there. Thirdly, give him 3,000 dinars and tell him, you have to spend this on my behalf, not on your behalf, on those who stay to worship in Mecca and Medina, and on their inhabitants." This is a very important matter, because people will inevitably have needs, and they must be given. If he says this is little, then you should lend me this amount from your own wealth and give it to him. This is very important. Otherwise there is no permission for him to go to Hajj, unless he complies with these conditions that I have stipulated. With regard to his return, he has to return to Syria, because I have no other home, until Allah decides between me and the Franks. And He is the best of judges. Quran, chapter 7, verse 87. Al-Qadi al-Fadil wrote some of the sheikhs of Mecca after he returned, saying, "May Allah bless the Hijaz and the Kaaba. How much I long for it! How much I yearn for the holy places! May he perish who is content to stay away from the holy places, and may he be blessed who comes and stays at that sanctuary. How I thirst for the water of Zamzam." He continued, "As for the blessed road, there were many dangers and incidents, all of which made us scared and emotional. But the outcome was good. When we approached Kirak, the enemy chased us, but he could not catch up with us. Then Allah blessed us and the danger was removed, and we reached the land of the Sultan, where we met his countenance. May we never be deprived of its cheerfulness, and we found him engaging in jihad against the enemy, devoting all his time to that, and all his aims will be achieved." Salahuddin's desire to perform Hajj in 576 Hijri. Al-Imad al-Isfahani wrote, "In that year in Rajab, the envoys of the department of the Caliph al-Aziz al-Nasiri, Sadr ad-Din Shaykh al-Shayukh Abul Qasim Abdur Rahman, accompanied by Shihab ad-Din Bashir al-Khas, came to reaffirm his authority and gave him new symbols of authority, and we met them with great respect and veneration. The Sultan rode out to meet them with a cheerful expression on his face. When the noble envoys came into sight, It was his duty to show respect and veneration. He dismounted and went forward on foot, showing humility and respect, and the envoys dismounted and came to him, and greeted him on behalf of the Caliph. He returned the greeting and kissed the ground, then they rode into the city. Sadr ad-Din became a close friend of the Sultan. Salah ad-Din intended to travel to Egypt via Eilat and the desert, and invited Sadr ad-Din Sheikh al-Shayukh to accompany him, and encouraged him to visit the grave of Ash-Shafi'i. May Allah have mercy on him. He said, I have resolved to go on Hajj this year, so I will go with you to Cairo on condition that I stay for 2 days and do not enter the city. Rather, I will stay in the Shafi'i graveyard and travel from there to the Sea of Aitab. Then perhaps I will be able to fast Ramadan in Mecca. Salah ad-Din agreed to that, and Sadr ad-Din sent his companions back to Baghdad, so that they could come via that city to the Hijaz. And Shihab ad-Din Bashir went back with the answer to his letter, accompanied by his envoy Diya ad-Din ash-Shahrazuri. Al-Isfahani wrote a letter in response to the department of the Caliph in which he said, Your servant is heading towards Egypt to check on it. Then he will pray istikhara, asking Allah whether or not he should perform Hajj. Then he will return to fight his enemies. Al-Qadi al-Fadil wrote on behalf of Al-Malik al-Adil to his governors in Yemen, telling them that the rulers of the East had come under the Sultan's authority, and that he was intending to come to Egypt and fast Ramadan there, and go on Hajj to the house of Allah from there, and he ordered them to accumulate things that could be carried to Mecca for him, wealth, loads and gifts, things that their country had to offer. Al-Qadi also wrote to the Emir of Mecca and the Emir of Yanbu, telling them about his plan so that they could prepare for his arrival. Al-Qadi al-Fadil wrote to the Sultan Salah ad-Din, May Allah bring all kings under his authority, and cause the enemy to lose sleep when thinking of him. May Allah grant to the people of Islam security by means of his justice, and may Allah grant that he may stand at Arafah on the greatest day of Hajj. Then he congratulated him because Allah had blessed him with love of jihad, and had granted him victory in the land of the Armenians and other lands, and for the intention to perform Hajj. May Allah grant him what he wants. It seems that the Sultan had the opportunity to perform Hajj with Sheikh al-Shayukh. Then something happened to prevent that. Salah ad-Din's illness and its effects on the course of events. In 581 Hijri, it so happened that Salah ad-Din became very sick. But he pretended to be well and gave no sign of being in pain, until it overwhelmed him and got worse. When he reached Haran, he stopped there because of the severity of his pain. Rumors began to spread throughout the land, and the people feared for him, and the disbelievers and heretics got their hopes up, whilst the righteous and the believers were afraid. His brother Abu Bakr al-Adil came to him from Aleppo with doctors and medicines, and found him very weak. He advised him to make a will and appoint a successor, and he said, I am not worried when I am leaving behind Abu Bakr, Umar, Uthman and Ali, meaning his brother al-Adil, ruler of Aleppo, Taqi ad-Din Umar, ruler of Hama, who at that time was his deputy in Egypt, and was resident there, and his two sons Al-Aziz Usman and Al-Afzal Ali. Then he vowed to Allah that if he healed him from this sickness, he would focus all his attention on fighting the disbelievers, and he would never fight any Muslim after that, and he would make the conquest of Jerusalem his most important goal, even if he were to spend all the wealth and treasure that he owned for that purpose. He also vowed to kill Renault de Chatillon, ruler of Iraq, with his own hand, because he had broken the truce with the Sultan and attacked an Egyptian merchant caravan, seizing their wealth and then beheading them whilst saying, "Where is your Muhammad to help you?" This entire vow was made on the advice of Al-Qadi al-Fadil, may Allah have mercy on him, who was the one who advised and urged him to do that and to make a covenant with Allah, may he be glorified and exalted. So Allah healed him and made him well, healing him from that sickness in which there was expiation for his sins, and raising him in status as a support for Islam and its people. This good news spread in all directions, praise be to Allah. Al-Qadi al-Fadil wrote from Damascus, where he was staying, to Al-Muzaffar Taqiyuddin Umar, who was governing Egypt on behalf of his uncle Salahuddin, telling him that news of Salahuddin's recovery had spread everywhere, and that his sickness had disappeared. Praise be to Allah. Its fire had been extinguished, its dust had settled, and its sparks had diminished. It was no more than something to be expected, but Allah had protected against its evil and sufficed Islam against its impact. Allah could not have neglected the supplication when it came sincerely from the heart, and He could not have stopped responding even though there were sins in the way, and He could not have broken His promise of relief at the time of despair. Al-Imad described Salahuddin's sickness as follows. The more the Sultan's pain increased, the higher his hopes of Allah's kindness rose. The weaker he became, the stronger his trust in Allah grew. I was with him night and day, in private and in public, and he was constantly dictating to me his will and final instructions, distributing gifts to people by my pen. His attitude improved when he regained good health, and he would talk to us in an easy and pleasant manner. His gatherings were never devoid of virtuous people, intelligent people, people of noble character, discussing useful matters in his presence, sometimes talking about Islamic rulings and fiqh issues, or about poetry and the meaning of Arabic phrases and literary topics, or about heroes and the glories of the past, and victories of jihad, and the obligation of preparing and being ready for it. He vowed that if Allah saved him from this sickness, and healed him from this illness and its bitterness by granting him good health, pure and sweet, he would focus on conquering Jerusalem, even if it cost him dearly in wealth and lives, and that he would devote the rest of his life to nothing other than fighting the enemies of Allah and striving in jihad for His sake, supporting and striving to help the people of Islam. He would never abandon his character of generosity and giving all that he had, fulfilling covenants, adhering to deals, keeping promises. He might sometimes find some comfort at various times of night or day by listening to singing on the doctor's advice, so as to relax and find some pleasure. That sickness was purification from Allah for his sins, and a reminder to him to wake him up from the slumber of forgetfulness. His regular charity was plentiful and given to righteous people, but his generosity encompassed everyone. By means of his charity he warded off calamities and confirmed his sincerity, and Allah looked at his intentions. Important figures who died during this stage. Death of Asmat Khatun. In 572 Hijri, the Sultan Salahuddin married the lady Khatun Asmaddin bint Mu'inaddin Anar, who had been the wife of the king Nuruddin Mahmud. After the latter's death, she had stayed in the citadel, respected and honored. Her guardian who gave her in marriage was her brother Sa'daddin Masud ibn Anar, and the marriage was performed by Al-Qadi ibn Abi Asrun and the people of good character who were with him. Salahuddin stayed with her that night and the following one. She was one of the best of women and among the most chaste and charitable. She was the one who established the Al-Khatuniya endowment at the place of Hajar al-Zahab and established Khanqa Khatun outside Bab al-Nasr, and she was buried there on the slope of Qasiyun, near Kibab al-Sharkasiya, beside which is Dar al-Hadith al-Ashrafiya wal-Atabakiya. She established many other endowments and died in 581 Hijri. Death of the senior Amir Sa'd ad-Din Masood ibn Mu'in ad-Din. He was one of the senior Amirs at the time of Nuruddin and Salah ad-Din, and he was the brother of the Lady Khatun Asmad-Din. When Salah ad-Din married her, he married the latter's sister, the Lady Rabia Khatun bint Ayub, by whom the Madrasa as-Salihiyya for the Hanbalis was founded. She lived to old age and died in 643 Hijri. She was the last of the children of Ayub to die. Sa'd ad-Din died in Damascus in Jamadi Sani, 581 Hijri, from wounds that he had sustained during the siege of May Fariqin. Death of Turan Shah, the brother of Salah ad-Din. In 576 Hijri, the Sultan's oldest brother Al-Malik al-Muazzam Shams ad-Dawlah Turan Shah ibn Ayub died. He had conquered Yemen on the orders of Salah ad-Din, and he stayed there for a while and collected a great deal of wealth. Then he left a deputy to govern the land and went to see his brother in Syria because he missed him. He had written to him on the way, quoting lines of poetry that were written for him by the poet Ibn al-Munajjim when they had reached Taima. He came to Salah ad-Din in 571 Hijri and was with him during famous battles and great campaigns. Salah ad-Din made him his deputy in Damascus for a while. Then he went to Egypt when he was appointed as his deputy in Alexandria, but its climate did not suit him. He suffered colic there and died, and was buried in the Amir's palace. His sister Sitt al-Sham bint Ayub moved his remains in a coffin to Damascus, and he was buried in Al-Madrasa al-Shamiyya. The meaning of the name Turan Shah is King of the East. Al-Malik Turan Shah was noble, generous, acclaimed, courageous and brave. He inspired respect in people's hearts and was serious and patient. When news of his death reached his brother, the Sultan al-Malik al-Nasir Salah ad-Din, who was camping outside Homs, he grieved deeply for him and recited lines of verse eulogizing him. That of al-Malik al-Mansur Izz-ad-Din Farooq Shah ibn Shahanshah ibn Ayub. He died in 578 Hijri. He was the ruler of Baalbek and the deputy in Damascus of his paternal uncle al-Malik Salah ad-Din. He was the father of al-Malik al-Amjad Bahram Shah, who also ruled Baalbek after his father died. Farooq Shah was gallant, courageous, heroic, wise, intelligent, dignified, noble and acclaimed. He was praised by the poets for his generosity, virtue and kindness. He was one of the greatest companions of Sheikh Taj ad-Din Abul Yaman al-Kindi, and he wrote poetry praising al-Kindi. One of the incidents which point to his gallantry and chivalry occurred one day when he went to the bathhouse and saw a man who he had known to be wealthy, but he had become so poor that he was covering himself with his hand. He felt sorry for him and told his slave to take a bundle of clothing and a mat to where the man lived, and to give him a mule and 1,000 dinars. He also allocated to him a monthly stipend of 20 dinars. Thus the man entered as one of the poorest of people, and exited as one of the richest. May the mercy of Allah be upon the generous and wise. Death of Ahmad al-Rifai. He was an imam, leader, worshipper and ascetic, Sheikh of the Arifin, those who have knowledge of Allah, Abul Abbas Ahmad ibn Abil Hassan Ali, ibn Ahmad Rifai al-Maghribi al-Batayhi. His father had come from the Maghrib and lived in al-Batayh, in the village of Ubaidah, and he married the sister of Mansur al-Zahid, who bore him Sheikh Ahmad and his siblings. Abul Hassan recited Quran well and used to lead Sheikh Mansur in prayer. He died when his son Ahmad was still unborn, so the child was raised by his maternal uncle. It was said that he was born at the beginning of the year 500 Hijri, and that he used to urge his companions, if he had any faults, to point them out to him. Sheikh Umar al-Faruqi said, "O Sidi, I know of a fault in you." He asked, "What is it?" He said, "O Sidi, your fault is that we are your companions." The Sheikh and his followers wept, and he said, "O Umar, if the boat is sound, it will carry whoever is in it." It was said that a cat slept on the sleeve of Sheikh Ahmed, and the call for prayer was given. So he cut his sleeve and did not disturb the cat. Then he sat down and stitched it back and said, "Nothing has changed." He also said, "The shortest route to Allah is humility, modesty, and feeling the need for help, venerating the command of Allah, showing compassion to the creation of Allah, and following the sunnah of the Messenger of Allah, sallallahu alaihi wasallam." He did not stand up for prominent figures, and he said, "Looking at their faces hardens the heart." He prayed for forgiveness a great deal. He was of high status, soft-hearted and very sincere. He died in 578 Hijri in Jamatul Awwal. Salahuddin enters Armenia. In 576 Hijri, the Sultan Salahuddin made a truce with the Franks and headed towards Anatolia. He brought about reconciliation between Nuruddin Ahmad ibn Qara Arsalan ibn Daud ibn Artuk, ruler of Hassan Kaif, and the Sultan Izzuddin Kilij Arsalan ibn Masud ibn Kilij Arsalan. They met at a river called Kuksu, where they exchanged gifts and invitations, and celebrated a great deal. In that year, Salahuddin entered Armenia to depose their king Ibn Lawin, because he had granted security to some of the Turkmen to come and graze in Armenia. Then in the morning he betrayed them and took them all captive. So the Sultan entered his land and humiliated his helpers and troops, and Allah supported the Muslims with fear. Because of that fear, the Armenians set fire to a large citadel known as Manakir, and the Muslims hastened to save what it contained of equipment and foodstuffs. That gave them some power, and they demolished it completely. The Armenian king was humiliated and subjugated. Then he released the captives he was holding, and the Sultan went back victorious and reached Hama at the end of Jamadi Sani. The Astrologers and the End of the World. In 582 Hijri, the astrologers in all countries said that the world would end that year in Shaban, with the conjunction of the 6 planets in Libra and a strong wind that would blow everywhere. Those who had no certain faith and no understanding of religion, such as the kings of the Persians and Byzantines, were scared by that prediction, and they, the astrologers, warned them of the effects of the stars. So they started to dig caves in the slopes of hills and built bunkers in tunnels, strengthening them and blocking all opening to prevent the wind coming in. They brought in water and other supplies, and moved into these bunkers and waited for the appointed time. Every time we heard about them, we laughed heartily at their way of thinking. Salahuddin was annoyed at the falsehood of the astrologers, and was certain that their words were based on lies and conjecture. When the night came on which the astrologers said there would be a wind like that of Ad, according to Alimad al-Isfahani, the time approached when we were sitting with the Sultan in the open air. The stars were very clear in the sky, and no breeze was stirring. We never saw any night like it in stillness, quietness, and calm. The Abbasid Caliph's consideration toward his Jewish subjects. In 573 Hijri, there was a great deal of trouble between the Jews and the masses in Baghdad, the cause of which was that a muezzin near a Jewish synagogue was insulted verbally by one of the Jews, so the Muslim insulted him back and they got into a fight. The muezzin came and complained to the court and the situation got worse. The masses got together and made a lot of noise. On Friday, the masses prevented the khutbah from being given in some of the mosques, and they left straight away and plundered the market of the perfume sellers, where the Jews did business, and went to the synagogue and plundered it, and the police were unable to stop them. The Caliph ordered that some of the perpetrators be crucified, so at night some of the villains who were in prison and had been sentenced to death were taken out and crucified. Many of the people thought that this was because of these events, so the fitna quieted down. Praise be to Allah. The killing of the Caliph's Wazir Adud ad-Dawla. In 573 Hijri, the Caliph's Wazir Adud ad-Dawla ibn Rais al-Jausa ibn al-Muslima set out for Hajj, and the people went out with him to bid him farewell. 3 Batinis came to him in the guise of poor people, and they had a message to give him. One of them came forward to give him the message. He struck the Wazir several times with his knife. Then the second attacked, and then the third. They made mincemeat of him, and wounded a number of people around him. All 3 were killed immediately. The Wazir was carried back to his house and died that same day. This Wazir is the one who killed the 2 sons of the Wazir, Ibn Hubaydah, and executed them. So Allah sent people against him to kill him. As you treat others, so you will be treated, as a just punishment. And your Lord is not ever unjust to his servants. Quran, chapter 41, verse 46. Allah compensates people. The year 577 Hijri began with Al-Malik al-Nasir Salahuddin staying in Cairo, regularly attending lessons of Hadith. A letter came from his deputy in Syria, Izzuddin Farrukh Shah, telling how Allah had blessed the people with many births of twins, as a compensation for what had befallen them in the previous year of widespread epidemic and death. That year, Syria also experienced a great deal of rain as compensation for the drought and resultant high prices that had befallen it earlier. Salahuddin puts his administrative and military affairs in order before Hattin. Salahuddin returned from east of the Euphrates to Damascus on 2nd Rabiul Awwal 582 Hijri, and was warmly welcomed by the common people and elite. The common folk were celebrating his recovery from the sickness that had generated so many rumors and a great deal of worry, and the elite were also celebrating that. As well, they celebrated his achievement of the goal of unifying the Muslims by uniting the countries that formed the heart of the Muslim world under the leadership of the Abbasid Caliph in Iraq and the leadership of the Sultan on behalf of the Caliph to rule Mesopotamia, Syria, Egypt, Yemen, and elsewhere. The first person with whom he met after his family was his senior vizier and prominent consultant, the brains behind his state and the one who ran its affairs, Al-Qadi al-Fadil. Al-Isfahani commented, "The Sultan met with his family in the citadel, and those who had been spreading false rumors gave up their ignorance. The situation improved, and we enjoyed the company of this virtuous man. The Sultan met with him, that is Al-Qadi al-Fadil, and told him his thoughts and was comforted by his discussion with him. He visited him once and asked him to return the visit, and he discussed issues of state with him and consulted him. What did Salahuddin achieve in this campaign against Mosul? What were the administrative and military procedures that he undertook after returning to Damascus to put his state in order and prepare for the great confrontation? He reached a peace deal with the Zangid ruler of Mosul and put a stop to sermons being given in the name of the Seljuks in Mosul, and sermons were given in the name of the Sultan Salahuddin after mentioning the Abbasid Caliph. The Zangid ruler of Mosul gave up to Sultan everything that lay beyond the Zab river: land, fortresses, citadels, villages, Shahrazur and its villages and environs, the province of Banu Qafjaq, the province of Al-Qurabili, Al-Bawazij, and Anah, in return for being permitted to keep Mosul and its environs, provided that he come under the authority of Salahuddin and send his troops to join them. Furthermore, the sermons and coinage were to be in the name of Salahuddin. Sermons and coinage were issued in Salahuddin's name, and obedience was sworn to him in other parts of Mesopotamia and Diyarbakir, especially that which was under the control of Banu Artuk. Troops were also to be sent to help the Sultan in jihad when requested, because there had been hindrances to the resolve for jihad for the sake of Allah. Now these obstacles had been removed. Salahuddin added Edessa and its citadel and province to the fief of Kaukaburi ibn Zainuddin Ali Kujak, who had been the first one to support him in his operations east of the Euphrates from the outset. And because of his devotion in serving the Sultan and carrying out his decrees, it was apparent that he deserved to become prominent and be rewarded. He was the Emir under whose control all the eastern forces were brought at the Battle of Hattin. The Sultan abolished the illegitimate taxes throughout the land that submitted directly or indirectly to his authority. That was what the Sultan always did in all countries, and he limited taxes to those that are permitted in the Sharia, namely land taxes, fees, agricultural taxes, and so on. With regard to private family matters in his household and that of his uncle, he followed the same initial procedures in Aleppo and took Al-Adil with him to Damascus so as to finalize the matter with regard to final arrangements, after consulting Al-Qadi al-Fadil and others. On the way, he put the affairs of Homs in order, the ruler of which, Ibn Shirkuh, had died. He appointed his son in his stead and obliged him to take care of the border city there, as well as to limit taxes to the legitimate types. Salahuddin spent the rest of the year, from 582 Hijri, that is March, to June 1187 Common Era, completing administrative arrangements and military preparations in Egypt and Syria. Salahuddin appointed his son At-Tahir Ghazi as governor of Aleppo, instead of his brother Al-Malik al-Adil, the father of Al-Zahir's wife, by agreement between the two brothers. He put the citadel of Aleppo under the control of the Amir Bishara, and the city under the control of Shuja ad-Din Isa ibn Blasho. He summoned Al-Malik al-Afdal, his eldest son, from Egypt to Damascus, to appoint him as his deputy. He appointed his son Al-Aziz Usman as his deputy in Egypt, and he appointed with him his son Al-Malik al-Adil to administer the affairs of Egypt. He allocated a suitable fief with which Al-Adil was pleased. This last appointment annoyed Taqi-ad-Din Umar, his nephew, who decided to head towards the Maghrib to take control of it and establish a kingdom there. This would definitely affect Salah ad-Din's military plans, because Taqi-ad-Din was one of his most prominent officials as well as being a highly placed military commander and consultant. So Salah ad-Din sent word to him, trying to placate him. It is reported that the Sultan said, "No doubt the conquest of the Maghrib is important, but the conquest of Jerusalem is more important and the benefit thereof is greater, as are the interests to be served thereby, both private and public. If Taqi-ad-Din goes and takes with him our good men, then a lifetime spent in selecting these men will be wasted. If we conquer Jerusalem and the coast, we will easily acquire those other lands." Then he wrote to Taqi-ad-Din ordering him to come to Syria. Al-Qadi al-Fadil also wrote to him, and whatever the Qadi said would be heeded. The reason for this letter is what your servant, meaning himself, heard of the letter sent by His Highness Taqi-ad-Din, seeking permission to go to the Maghrib. Your Highness, what is happening? What has upset you? Yesterday you had nothing of this world but a little, but now Allah has given you this blessing. We are all together and there is nothing to cause distress or worry. Would this earth now become constricted for us when Allah has made it spacious? How could things reach an impasse such that we are compelled to go elsewhere? No, Your Highness, things have not reached that end, so where are you going? What is the point? Are we going through hardship, or are our numbers too little? Or is it that we have no land to live in? Or are we penniless? How could you choose something other than what Allah has chosen for you? How could we plan for ourselves when Allah has shown us the way? How could we prefer an arid land when we are living in a fertile land? How could we decide to fight Muslims, which is forbidden, when we are called upon to fight the hostile disbelievers? O workers, troops and thinkers, is there any wise man among you? His Highness was known for adopting sound ideas, and is aware of the reasons and consequences of these decisions. May he never be missed in our midst. May there never come days when he is not there. May there never come a day when the sun of his countenance does not shine, for that day will be counted as a night, and will not be regarded as a day. How could this great Emir, after all these arguments and pleas, not respond to the Sultan's command? So he headed with his family and troops towards Damascus, where he was met by the Sultan in Marja Safar on the 23rd of Shaban, 582 Hijri, that is 10th November, 1186 Common Era, and they entered Damascus together. The Sultan gave him Hama and all its land as a fiefdom, and ordered him to guard the border. So he went there and remained there until further orders came to him from the Sultan. With these sound arrangements, Salah ad-Din and Al-Qadi al-Fadil were able to organize the affairs of state from the furthest point in the east to the furthest point in the west, and began to focus on preparations for the great campaign, to which he was looking forward. At the same time, the political situation in the Crusader kingdom was getting worse. The dispute between the barons and the king's party and supporters was reaching its climax, which motivated Count Raymond III, who had been deposed from the position of regent with the crowning of Guy de Lusignan, husband of the heiress to the throne, to seek a truce with Salah ad-Din so that he would keep away from his country, that is Tripoli, and the land of his wife, that is Tiberias, according to what is mentioned in the Arabic sources. Raymond sought the protection of the Sultan and became one of his followers, and the Sultan accepted him, strengthened him, and supported him by releasing those of his companions whom he was holding as captives, and he became very sincere towards the Muslims. The reason that prompted Raymond to make this deal was that the head of the Templars had advised King Guy to gather his forces and besiege Raymond so as to force him to surrender. The king did gather his troops, but Balian, son of Barisan, ruler of Nablus, convinced him that this movement was a mistake, so the troops dispersed and he returned to Jerusalem. Salah ad-Din remained in Damascus, waiting for a suitable opportunity to gather his troops and head towards the battlefield. The capture of a caravan coming from Egypt to Syria, and the failure of negotiations between the Sultan, Renaud de Chatillon, and the king to solve the problem led to both sides making preparations. The Sultan wrote to the troops in Mosul, Mesopotamia, Aleppo, Hama, and Egypt, ordering them to come. The Easterners and the Aleppans were to meet in Ras al-Ma, which was the regular camp ground for Salah ad-Din and the meeting point for expeditions. The Egyptians, led by his brother Al-Adil, were to march to the land of Kirak and crack the Montreal. As for the Sultan, he set out to Jasr al-Khashab and stayed there until all the troops of Damascus were gathered with him. End of part 6 of chapter 7. End of chapter 7. End of volume 2.